Time. Howdy, y'all. Alrighty. So, the goal for today is to continue work on Yacht, which I started on last stream eons and eons ago. I haven't made too much progress since then. I've mostly been working on other stuff besides Funi. Let me clean this off real fast. Okay. But, yeah, so there's been a couple changes. This got replaced by someone else, was using React Spring, so I might go in today and try to get React Spring out of the main bundle size. There's some stuff I want to do for, like, AI and things, so I want to be able to moderate users by sending, like, chat logs or something to an LLM, and then having it rank everyone on, like, if their content is bad or good, and then use that to have like a flag or something for moderation. Where was I for so long? Howdy Hoggu and hi Goof. Well, I've been working on AI translations for books, which is not really something that I show on stream, and so I haven't been streaming for that, and taken a bit of a break, etc. Other stuff. But yeah, so I want to get some work on Funi. Another thing I want to do is I want to set up kind of like a checklist of steps for building games. So I want to build a pipeline where I follow some steps in order, and then the AI will basically create an entire game, and everything will just work. What AI do I use? I'm using O3 for a lot of things, although I know that Claude is pretty good too. So they recently lowered the price of O3. Recently as in like a couple weeks ago. So O3 is really solid for translation work, and it's only $2 per million input tokens, or yeah, per mil. And then you've got O3 Pro, which is like crazy expensive. This one burns money. Have I tried CC, Claude Code? Not too much. I do have a Pro subscription. So if I go ahead and I log in, I can show you the usage that I have on O3. It's kind of crazy. Opus 4 is very good. Yeah, I would believe it. Especially for coding tasks, I've heard that Claude is like, can't really be beat. But O3, if you're doing translation or most tasks, it's really good. So I think I can show this. So this is what my usage is like for O3. And you can see here, this was like a book. This was a single book that got edited. It cost me 170. And then over here was some translation work, and here was some more translation work. So it's very expensive. Yeah, this is like one CLI command. You hit the command, boom, you just light money on fire. So I'm gonna light some money on fire today. We're gonna light like $1,000 on fire, maybe a bit less, because we're gonna translate a book to like a bunch of languages. I don't know how much of that I want to show on stream though, because I can't really reveal like any of the author stuff. I can't reveal the books. It's all kind of, can't show any of that, right? But you can light money on fire very quickly with O3 Pro. Anyways, the main thing I want to work on today though is a new game, which is basically Yahtzee, or inspired by Yahtzee. 41 million tokens. It's a lot, because when you're translating a book, you're not just translating it like word for word. It's not like you give it the book and you say translate this. It's like you take a book, you split it up, you translate each section, and then you diff changes on that section to further improve it, and then you have to stack rank and score everything. There's a lot of things to it before it's at a quality that's acceptable. It's not easy. Howdy, Vu. Yeah, I'm actually live for once. So I've got a bunch of changes here, and I've got some achievements that I need to improve. I'm trying to think of what the simplest change is, because like if you're making changes, you always want to start with something simple, right? What have I been up to? A lot. Book translations and things. For the past 6 months. Has it been that long? It hasn't been that long. It's been like 4. Yeah, book translations, some market stuff. I redid the ads on Funi. That was semi-recent. So the ads just kind of completely just dropped. You can see here down 80%. That's because I'm trying to switch over to Google Ad Manager. And it's going, but it's rough. You can tell if someone's using Google Ad Manager or AdSense on the site, by the way, because you can just go like this, and you can just right-click inspect wherever the ads are. And you can see how this is a div. That means that this site is using Google Ad Manager. So then if I go here to this other site, and I check out some of its ads. So if I check this section here, you can see there's a div, iframe. So this is also using Google Ad Manager, most likely, right? It's kind of like the main one. And then if I go to this site, it also uses Google Ad Manager. I've also looked. But if it's an INS instead, like that DOM element, it'll be AdSense. Just something. I mean, it's not really useful to know that, but something else you can do is if you're looking at ads and you're trying to be like, okay, well, how do I improve ad revenue? Which, you know, I mean, take my advice for what it is. I just tanked my ad revenue by switching to Google Ad Manager. So it's a work in progress, but you can check out all the different sites and who they use for their ads by going to ads.txt, and every site has this. So like even Facebook has this, right? Like if I go to x.com, it's gonna have an ads.txt. So you can see all this, and you can see like where it is. The commands don't work. Bank Funi doesn't work? Yeah, it does. Oh, are you on? No, you're on Twitch. What do you mean it doesn't work? It shows right there on Faucetbot. It shows the thing. It's delayed. Maybe. Howdy, Raph. How's it going? So, anyways, you can go through here, and sometimes there's comments explaining how these things work. So, if there is a website that's doing really well with its ads, you can figure out why. So, for example, Photopea, I know, uses this thing called Adnimation for their ads, which I haven't looked at, I haven't used. The other thing I've seen is they use this other one that I'm trying out right now, and I'll let you know how it goes. This one here, setupads.txt, which is from setup ads. It's actually called setupad. I think setupad.com. This one. Yeah, it says right there, manager domain, setup ad. So they're using that as well. Is the idea my sponsor code? No, idea is a browser. Oh, you mean the Acorn 1010? Like, is that my special sponsor code thing? Yeah, it's a special code that they gave to me, right? Acorn 1010. But I don't get any kickbacks from it, although they did send me that thing that I showed off last stream, where I've got like this, and I got some other stuff. You thought idea meant... No. IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. I don't know what it stands for. I guess IDEA or something. When we playing Path of Exile, when I feel like it. So where we left off is I got kind of the achievements and items and some of the backend stuff done. No cursor. I don't really use cursor, Vu. At least not yet. Maybe eventually. But for now, my workflow involves a lot of using O3 for prompting, Claude for prompting or implementation, and then JetBrains because I can navigate it very, very quickly. So yeah, it's still, JetBrains is still really, really good. So, okay, right, this is what I want to do. I want to take these achievements, I want to stick this into O3. Howdy Galahad, glad to have you here. And this is for Yacht. This is for a game of Yacht, similar to Yahtzee. Do all these achievements make sense? Can any descriptions be improved for clarity? It should only be about 1 to 2 sentences long, because like you gotta be very specific. This is kind of like an LLM skill, right? It's just like using Google and you get building up your Google foo. RIP fake painting. Fake painting, what do you mean, Vu? Alright, can any description be improved for clarity? Only be about 1 to 2 sentences long. Expect players let's see, not understand the terminology or of the game. Yeah, something like that. For anything that doesn't make sense, provide a def. There we go. Oh, the fake painting surfer guy. Oh, Titus. Oh, right, yeah. Hold on, 1 sec. Bam. There we go. I put him up on my wall, just now. I actually got a card. There's a Magic the Gathering card. Hold on, let me find it real fast. Oh, right. I put it over here. Okay. Howdy, Raph. So, I made a deck of Magic the Gathering cards using only Final Fantasy cards, because, of course, Final Fantasy. And one of these is Titus. Same one. I got the same one. Isn't it great? So I'm very happy with this. It's actually a pretty strong deck, at least strong for my noob standards. I'm very noob at this. This is like the first time I've gotten Magic the Gathering cards. I played it once a long time ago, but I didn't have any cards and then I just bought a bunch of Final Fantasy ones. Anyhow, I'll put that there and... Alrighty. Let's take a look at what O3 came up with. See if any of this makes sense. Would be nice if this was a bit longer, huh? You play Magic the Gathering Arena? Yeah, I'm not that fancy yet. Score both a small straight and large straight in the same game. Any 4 dice run and a 5 dice run. Hey, that's a much better description because I didn't know what it meant. So here we go. Much more clear. Howdy, Code. How's it going? Yeah, I'm back, actually. What's the difference between... Oh, God. Okay. There's a lot of different LLMs out there, right? And it can be very confusing knowing which LLM you should use. Because there's so many. And, like, how do you even tell? Well, a few things. First of all, typically the newer an LLM is, it'll be better. But that's not always the case. Some LLMs are actually better at certain tasks than others. So coding is one type of task where Claude is usually very good. And then like if you want writing, O3 is usually pretty good, but GPT 4.0 can be kind of decent. Translating can be different as well. But the way you usually tell is you can use something like LLM Arena. I think it's just LM Arena. And it'll have a leaderboard, but that leaderboard isn't always quite right either, because people are actually pretty bad at ranking things up or down. So, you're kind of just trusting that people know what they're talking about when they're voting. And sometimes they're good, sometimes they're just not. So like if an LLM returns really fast, maybe it gets a higher score. So something like O3 Pro might not be rated very well because it takes anywhere from like 5 to 15 minutes to return, which is an unacceptable amount of time for most people. But O3 Pro is still one of the best, even though it's crazy expensive. So what I like to do is stack rank. I will have outputs of 2 different LLMs. I will run it like 5 times or so per LLM, and then I will stack rank. And the way that I stack rank is I will provide them in a random order, like where like maybe A is the first one I provide like half the time, and then I provide B as first half the time, and then I have the LLM kind of score which one it thinks is better. And this is how I do things when I don't understand any of what the output is. So like if the output is a different language, it's really hard for me to understand it because I don't speak that language. But stack ranking is the key. It works very, very well. O3 is far better than O4. This is O4 mini. This isn't O4. And yes, O3 is better than O4 mini. I actually have a sheet where I kind of do this scoring and stuff. Somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. Is this? Yeah. So here is kind of a spreadsheet that I took. You can kind of get a sense of how I'm doing this. Now, this one's not stack ranking quite the same. I'm doing a 0 to 100 score, and then I'm just taking multiple of these, figuring out what the average score is, using that to figure out which model is better. But you can see I haven't really updated this since O3 came out. I tested it a little bit. O3 wound up being a little bit better. But I've done a lot of other testing too, it's just not on that sheet. So it depends. But yeah, O3 is currently the second best that GPT offers. O3 Pro is better. Claude is good for code. That's really all you need to know. Do I have any rankings for daily code work? Typically, you're going to be going with Claude Code if you want just the best. It's usually pretty good. But it also depends on the type of code that you're doing. So there's a few different things when you're coding, right? Like you're either actually building something out with like multiple files, and you need references to multiple files for that. You're going to use Claude because it's much easier. If you need brainstorming about something in particular and you have all the context, you can use O3. It's totally fine. Did I go on holiday, or where was I? Like, why was I gone for so long? Basically just took a break, was working on some other tasks, translation things, stuff like that, AI pipeline stuff. Anywho, let's finish getting these diffs in real fast. Score a full house. I don't know what a full house means in Yacht, so this is going to be very helpful. Roll a full house. 3 of one number and 2 of another. Is that a full house in Yahtzee? That seems way too easy. Combination of 3 of one and 2 of another. I think that one's too easy. Let's take this one and improve it. This achievement seems too easy. Let's make it a bit harder. Maybe have a pop culture reference as well. I can just do that. So you can see I'm using O3 for this, and my reasoning for O3 is because it's better at words. So even though this is code, it's mostly words. That's why I'm not using Claude. So we'll do that, and let's keep going and get through the rest of these. Score maximum possible points. I don't know if that's the max points possible. Yahtzee, max points top section. 1575, that sounds way, way higher. Okay. Sum of dice with the number 6, so that's 3625. That's way higher. And these 6 boxes, a bonus is added. So it sounds like you want at least a 63, but you can get way higher. You have an interview next week for an associate software engineer. You've never gotten this far in the process. Do I have any advice? An associate software, is that like an intern? Or what is an associate level? Is that like, I'm guessing that's more like junior? Let's see. Yeah, entry level junior, okay. So clarify whenever you get like an interview or something and you've got like a question, make sure you clarify before you start writing code. Don't just jump into it. Make sure you have the requirements. Just talk out loud. So make sure your thought process, like whenever I'm writing code on stream, you'll notice I talk out loud. Make sure you do that. I need to make a video at some point so I can just link it because that question gets asked a lot. How much do I pay monthly for AI? I just showed you. It's about $2,000 a month. You heard that right. $2,000 a month. It's absurd. It's getting absurd. The number keeps going higher. It just gets higher. So, yeah, there's a reason for that, and that's because it is a main component of one of the businesses that I'm working on. So this is not a Funi related thing. Vibe coding deluxe, pretty much. And you can see that here. So far this month we've spent $14.11, and we're gonna be spending probably $500 today, maybe a little bit more. So that's gonna hit this at 2K. It's a lot. And if I take a look at last month, we are at... Oh, and this is just for the API. This does not include the 200 a month for O3 or like the 20 a month for the other stuff that I use. It's expensive. I wish it was cheaper, but the reason it's so high is because I'm actually getting the value out of it. So let's see, we've got 36 plus 25 plus 16 plus... I messed that up. Hold on. How many dice are there? It's 5 dice, isn't it? Okay, so that's actually 30 plus 25 plus... Yeah, okay. 20, 15... 10, 5. 105. Did you hear 2,000? Yeah, $2,000 for API access on O3. Most of that is O3 Pro. Book translation is expensive, but it's still cheaper than a real translator. Okay, so the real score you can get is 105 plus 35 for 136. Wait, no. 140. Okay. Max score. Future scoring, all that other stuff. 301, that's a lot. I'm just gonna have Jippity figure it out. Let's see. On roll 1. Full house party. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. Let's call it... I guess I can call it full house. Let's see. Well, a full house on your first turn. How about we call it first house? Is book translation my other startup? Pretty much. And it's making way more than Funi. But I don't get all the profits. It's split like 3 ways. I just handle the translation. And right now we're focusing on like a really narrow section of the market, but I would like to expand it. How do you verify quality? Stack ranking. That's the secret. LLMs are really, really good at stack ranking. They're not good at giving you an exact explicit score. So if I ask an LLM to score the quality of like a prompt or an output between 0 and 100, it will give me some number. If I ask it again, it'll give me a different number. I could do this multiple times and average the score. Or if I have 2 outputs, I can just be like, which one's better? And it will tell me. And that will be more, like, way more accurate than having it guess the quality. So typically what I'll do is I'll have like a book that was translated by a human, and I will have a translation done by an AI, and then I will give both to an LLM, and I will say which of these is better, like which translator did a better job, and I'll give it in different orders. That way there's no bias, because you're always trying to minimize bias with these LLM prompts, and it will tell me, and that's how I know. It's not perfect, but it ends up working pretty well. And I've noticed that the quality that I'm getting out, like the ratings and reviews, seems like it's working. So I think it's working. I don't want to talk too much about my strategy because I don't want people to copy it. Hi, Adriana. Hola. Let's see. So first house. We've got that one done. Let's keep going. Perfect points. Hi, Emily. 50 points isn't the max score for the top section. Please update this achievement. Makes sense. And to be reasonably possible. Hopefully it knows what I mean by this. It's a little vague there. Do I use the 5090 for translation? No, that's only being used for waifu meme anime generation. It's not being used for translation. The 5090 was... It's for Clive, okay? Look, I gotta have Clive. Like, that was the thing, right? It's for playing Final Fantasy 16. Do I have experience with serverless GCP? I have experience with it, Atrine. I actually use Cloud Functions for Funi. But I prefer typically running servers because it's like way cheaper. Although it depends on the task. Alrighty. 3 points in each upper section category. What does that even mean? Score at least 3 of every number. Yeah, I like that one. That one seems good. Let's do that. 3 points in each upper section. That'll be... It's not perfect. A 3... Let's call it 3... 3 of a kind. Yeah, that'll be tough. Howdy, Mark. Titus is back. Heck yeah. Do I have advice on some Node.js endpoints? Wait, what? Oh, you're using Cloud Functions with 1 second and yeah, you're not using it right. Don't use serverless functions if you care about your latency. Serverless functions are for things that you don't care about latency. For example, a webhook or something for processing payments. You may not care so much. 1 second might be fine. Instead, you should have a proper backend. You could say, well, just have some number of warm functions. But at the end of the day, like, you're still using this in a way that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So instead, if I use, like, let's say R3, let's enter this information here, see if I got it right. Okay. I can kind of show you what an alternative is, or what Cloud Function even means. So Cloud Function is really, you're just using someone else's horizontal pod autoscalers. Look at that. Minimum replicas, maximum replicas, current replicas. Seems familiar. This is your Cloud Functions, except you've got some number of minimums. This is going to have the same issues as Cloud Functions, but it will be faster usually. Usually with a bit less cold start. Still though, if you care about this kind of thing, run some number of servers that are dedicated and can just handle the request. Let's see. Talking about Titus, Magic the Gathering just released a new collection. Like, I'm one step ahead of you. I got a lot of Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy cards, like a bunch. Emmett Selk is on the way, Traveling Chocobo is on the way. I've got some other fun ones. Choco Secret Paradise is pretty cool. This one I like a lot. This Balaam Garden one is actually really nice. I was talking about that on the weekend. This one here is overpowered. Saz's Chocobo. It's a really weak card, but with Landfall or Townfall, it's OP. Am I gonna make that site? No, 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 no. So we were talking about building a site for, or not even a site, like a tool for identifying like the best Magic the Gathering deck by playing lots and lots of matches with itself over and over. But the amount of time it would take me to build something like that is like half a year, because you'd have to have every card, you'd have to perfectly be able to run simulations, you'd be building an entire game around it just to make something that makes good decks. It would take forever, and the money you would get back out of it is like nothing. It's really not worth it, and it's way too hard. Yacht? Yacht as in Yahtzee. Okay, we're not talking about like a boat. I don't have a boat. Alrighty. So let's see, score at least 3 of every number, earn the 35-point bonus by hitting 63. Okay, that sounds good. Where's Bonus Hunter? Yeah, Bonus Hunter. Earn the upper section bonus. That seems pretty fun. I can just do it this way. Use the power of the 5090 to run simulations? Yeah, that's what you would do, right? Howdy Bear. How am I propagating a secret update to my pods? I have a deploy script that updates the secrets, and it runs, and it works great. Howdy ACM. For 25 or more points in the chance category? I don't even know what that means. We'll leave it as score. Score 3 different types of straights in one game. Let's do this. Alrighty. That sounds fine. And then we got score at least 84 points. That doesn't make sense. That was reach perfect 50. Where's this achievement at? There it is. We're gonna change this one. So instead of it being impossible, make it hard. 84 points in the upper section. We already have a bonus thing, the 60 something, right? And this one's harder to acquire than the other. Do I use the OBS plugin to gen closed captions? Yeah, there's some plugin for that. Your brother-in-law as a programmer? You admire him for doing difficult things? What kind of stuff does he do, Matic? Wait, does he like work on Google Translate or something? Or was your message just originally in a different language? So I'm gonna deploy script skills down and skills back when a secret is... No. I'm using Kubernetes, right? So in Kubernetes, all you have to do is just update your secret and then it will just propagate out and update things. I don't really have to think about it or worry about it. 4 of a kind. That sounds so easy. And if I do 4 of a kind... You know what, let's do 6 of a kind. No, 5 is the max. 5 of a kind. Score is 1, 5 of a kind. Upper section. Alrighty. Howdy here. And Galahad. Is Finney doing well? Well, we don't yet have the yacht money. We gotta release the game first, and AdSense is doing awful. I completely killed AdSense like yesterday. You can see the report here. So if I go to clicks, clicks is roughly fine. And then you look at impressions, and this is not fine. Number of impressions is down, everything else is way down. Why is it in New Zealand? Because Funi is a New Zealand company. So you can see here, it just completely tanked. It was up to like about 100, now it's at like 17. That's because I'm trying a new ads provider, so it's expected that it's gonna drop because I don't yet have the reputation built up for the new ads. Give it like 2 weeks, it should hopefully bounce back. And it also doesn't have any competition right now, but I'm in the middle of finishing this thing with setup ad. It's going to add a lot more competition because it's got like Amazon ads and a bunch of other things. So then they'll be competing with one another and it should raise the RPM a lot. I hope. Okay. Tree max is 105, that's nearly impossible. Yeah, that's good. Remains achievable. So we could do 84. Yeah, I guess we can have an 84. That sounds tough. Yacht. My concern is that we're gonna have so many of these achievements that are just kind of like same-y, you know? So what are the other types of categories? Lower section, so chance, sum of all dice. We have one for Yahtzee already. 5 sequential dice. 4 sequential dice. Let's see. A single yacht is enough for you? You gotta get a double yacht. This is Yahtzee. It's all about the Yahtzees. Score a yacht with all 6s. All 5 are the same. $30 points in the 6s category. So how does that work? Like you choose one or the other, right? Nice blazer, thanks, Raid. So I'm trying to remember. There's another site. What was it called? Blue, I believe. I just gotta see what this, because I think they have Yacht on this site, so I can just quickly play a game and then understand how it works. Okay, so we have to roll 1, and then I should be able to just click on this, right? Yeah, I can click on 3 of a kind, for example. And then I have to wait for, okay. How's my exercising routine going? Pretty well. I was very, very sore. I guess I could have kept going. I could have tried to get like a 4 of a kind. That would have been smarter. Let's see. Let's try rolling these ones. Oh, I did that wrong. I thought I was clicking the ones that I wanted to reroll. Whatever, let's just go for ones. Is this a different app? Yeah, this is someone else's app. I'm seeing how it works. Trying to understand. So I've got 4s and 6s, 3 of a kind, 4 of a kind. Full house. I don't like how on this site when I move down, I have to move off and then back. So that's something we'll change. 3 dice with 1 number. Yeah, I get that. 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are just straight values, and you have to choose which of them you want. Sum. This is sum of points. Find the total. So how does this work? Roll 5 dice with the same number, earns 50. An extra 100. If you make a move that scores you points. I don't understand that one. This is Bellatra with dice? Basically. Okay, I think I understand how to play this. I'm just gonna roll again, because I can. I really don't care too much about playing this properly. Just so long as I understand the rules. Right, like that's the important thing. Yeah, we'll just do something like this. So I can roll 3 times no matter what, every time. 2 pairs? Oh well, I don't care. But now that I think about it, yeah, that would have been a much better play. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, is that 1, 2, 3, 4? What the hell? Okay. So then we'll just take that. I'm not even trying. 2 pairs? Yahtzee? No, Yahtzees, you gotta get all the same. Threes, 6s. I don't know. I'll just roll it again. See what happens. 1, 2, 3. I wanted the opposite. Oh heck. Okay. Well heck. I don't know. Whatever. It's been a while since you played it. Yeah, I think I played this as a minigame somewhere, but I'm not sure where. Some games, maybe some MMO or something. Wait a minute. I could do this. Oh look. That's a full house. Perfect. Rage quit? Oh, how about if you get all of the bonuses, every bonus, that should be one, right? Because you're not gonna get every bonus every game. That would be a good achievement. Let's do that. Okay. Do I have something for all bonuses? Score 0 and 1 and still win. That seems too easy. I don't want that one. 300 plus in a single game. Is that possible? I think it is. 25 or more in chance. That's based on the sum of all your numbers, right? So the max value there is 30. 25 or more in the chance. I almost want to make it 30 in the chance. Hi Adar, what am I coding? We're making a game inspired by this one. It's Yachts, like Yacht as in like Yahtzee. Inspired by Yahtzee, I'll say that. And we're gonna add that to Funi, because it's been a while. You don't know what I'm working on? Well, I just explained it. How do you efficiently handle achievement systems? Any suggestions for making the checks fast? Well, I mean, you can cache things, I guess, but that's kind of caching if they already have an achievement, because then you're not going to award it. Working on my core strength? God. At least I'm not super sore today. Sit-ups and like, okay, great, awesome, great, cool, cool story. Alrighty. Well, let's try it out. Okay. It's not too bad. Engage that core? What do you think I'm doing? Ugh. There. More stream equals more workout? Oh god, what did I sign up to? Okay. Try butterfly sit-ups? I don't know what that is. Guessing it's probably harder. Enough workout for this month? Yeah. See you next month stream. Oh, Jesus. Alrighty. So let's see. Right, we're doing Yacht. We're going through the achievements. So I wanted something in here where you finish the game without scoring into zero in any category. Okay, we already have something there. The pre-hydrate to setups is a tactical advantage. Yes, this is my pre-workout drink. Got some caffeine in there and whatever the heck else people use for pre-workout. It's just water. Alrighty. So I think all of the other achievements are probably good. Let's go ahead, let's get a commit in, and then we'll work on the back end. Pretty big cup. It's my sippy cup. Okay. Oh, I never even took a look at this code here for the types. Does this stuff make sense? Turn timer. I'm pretty sure I use that in other games as well. Oh, I definitely, absolutely don't. What? Okay, how does that work then? How do the other games handle this? Clock white. Well, we're not going to call it that. What about 4 in a row? Surely that's going to have... That is the wrong one. Where's the shared? Turn time. It's called turn time. Time. Turn time. Alright. And that's gonna be types, I think. And it's called turn time. See, you can never trust the AI because it just hallucinates and adds an R. And now that I think about it, maybe an R would have been better. Alrighty. That's for when the doctor tells you only 1 cup of coffee a day. Yeah, I'll just have a cup, you know, it'll be fine. It's my mega cup. Maybe the AI is a pirate. No, the AI, like, you would ask it how many R's are in turn time, and it would say 1. But no, actually that would be correct. It would say 2. Maybe I'm an AI. Alrighty. So now that that's updated, let's see here. Is the AI in the room with us? It might be. What else do we have? Dice, key of, type of. Is that how that works? This is a sign that my code is too complicated. Yacht action type? I am so confused. Okay. Abstract. Team game type. Wait, oh, this is like a type is in down there. Okay, sure. Beyond action type, equipment. User equipment pieces. What is that? Because you've got like different, okay, I guess we don't need to worry about that. Is there anything else you could customize in Yacht besides the dice? Because the other dice game, this one here, like, you could probably customize this, right? Like, with a decal or the table itself. And I don't even know what I want the game to look like. So let's try this. Create an image of... I kind of want it to match the Funi art style. So let's do that. Create an image of Yacht being played in-game. This is probably going to come out pretty bad. This prompt is not particularly great. But I did use it to create the thumbnail, which could be improved. So this is AI, sort of. Like the dice is AI, and then the background is AI, and then I stuck them together in Photopea and changed the lighting a little bit. So it's pretty AI, but there was a human involved, okay? And I know it's not great, but this is what we got to work with. Do I go between the models, or do I mostly use O3 now? It's mostly O3, and the reason why is because O3 can access from the internet. So before, I used to use Grok when I wanted information that was real time. But now, O3 is pretty good for that, and so I just use O3. Yeah, I figured this was going to be awful, and it's doing an awful job because of the prompt I gave it. Oh, I got kicked for being inactive. Doesn't happen on Funi, at least. Yeah, so this is useless and doesn't help me at all. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay. Don't do stylized 2.5D. This should be top down. Think web page game. You think that's fire? Well, I can't really use that for in-game. I mean, I guess I could. I could do something like that where we could make it work with a 2.5D look, but that wouldn't be the style of Funi. The dice are wrong? What do you mean? These are loaded die. I don't know what you're talking about, Robotic Head. I want to roll 2s and 4s. And this is a very good dice for rolling 2s. Now the AI have correct words in the images. That's been a thing for the last, I'd say, 6 months. There's some models that are really good. There's another one. There's I forget what they're called. There's Black Forest Labs, Flux versus Context. I don't remember. I think it's Context. Yeah, Flux. Context, and then there's a site, I think it's Replicate. Yeah, this is the one. So you can test these models if you don't want to run a Hugging Face. If you don't want to use this like a run it yourself, you can just use their API and you can get access to their models. Does Black Forest have a third one now? So there's one that came out, I want to say like a week or 2 ago. And that is this context, which you've seen like a lot of people use. This is kind of like their recent one. But I don't know, I'm not very good with AI image stuff. It's kind of one of my weak points. I'm not an art person. Also, howdy Natty, how's it going? Okay. So, don't distrust, this should be a top-down think web page game. Let's see if that works better. Because I have no idea what I want it to look like. And there's a few ways we can do this. We can try to imagine what it might look like with O3, or we can just design it with Claude and it will actually be usable. So, it'll be kind of a bit of a mix. Let's try this. You're an elite web designer. Design the layout for the dice game Yacht. It should be approachable for all ages. I want to say like think Nintendo, but if I say Nintendo, it's going to make it actually look like Nintendo. But no. Okay, we'll do this. Elite web designer. Yeah, that's my new word that I'm using. So I used to say expert, but I feel like elite conveys like a higher sense of expertise. Okay, that was trash. Let's tell it to create an image. Create an image of this layout. Nintendo equals copyright? I mean, obviously we wouldn't use any Nintendo assets, right? Okay, well that's a bit closer, but that's real basic. I guess it's really all you need. You can have the numbers or the dice like pop out at you and then roll around and fall back when you hit roll. Like they go pop, roll, drop. Which, yeah, that's probably all you need. But, are there any other Steam? I don't know what I was expecting with this. I'm not sure what I was expecting. Okay. Yacht game. Try this again. Alright. Yahtzee game. I'm not gonna find anything. Okay. I can do this. I can find something. If I type in Yahtzee on Steam. That is not... Is that even safe? Wait, that is? Okay, hold on. Let me... Oh, no, that is not safe for stream. We are not going to show that one. Okay, well. Some interesting games on Steam. And it's Yahtzee! Like, what? Don't search it. I don't know if you're going to find the one I'm talking about, but... okay, good. There's another one. There's another one, and this one is safe for work, so we can show this one. Alright, so they show it like this. Let me go ahead and... It's already muted. Cool. I don't know if I want to be, like, shaking it around like that. You don't even play this? Like, those games? Yeah, okay. I believe you. Yeah, I get recommended them a lot, too, and... Well, anyways, so, okay, let's see. Yacht. Yeah, okay, so it's very basic. It's got the roll thing. That's gonna be like the one where it pops out and goes back down. Huh. Would people prefer something like this? I don't know. Let's start with something super simple. How about that? We'll start with something super simple. That's gonna be closer to this, I think. Just to get the game out there, and then we'll maybe redesign it. Because this design shouldn't take more than like half a day, if even. Okay. So what else do we have? We've got yacht types, category, 1s, 2s, 3s. What is this category? Scorecard? Where is that being used? A scorecard based on teams. So this allows more than 2 teams. Yeah, I guess that's fair. You can have as many teams as you want in this one, right? Yeah. Does it always make like... My concern is kind of that it would be a lot of waiting. Can they go at the same... There's no reason that you can't go at the same time, right? Like... Okay. I'm playing Yacht. Players take turns. If so, any reason for that? Can they go at the same time? Because, like, if you're playing with real people... I don't know why my Jippity is getting stuck. If you're playing with real people, it makes sense that you would take turns, because you can look at the other person, make sure they're not cheating, and you can play with less dice. But if you're playing online, and the players don't interact with one another, you're just kind of comparing score. In traditional Yacht, it's turn-based. Sure. Yeah, because only one person could roll at a time, it would make sense. But you have auditing, so that's not necessary. You have infinite dice, so that's not necessary either. Pace and suspense, the cadence of watch and wait is part of the experience. Seeing rivals lock dice can influence which category you use later. Really? Why? Less social engagement. Okay. So what if... Milky, howdy, how's it going? So what if we do this? What if we design Yahtzee, or the yacht game, such that you can choose, like, asynchronous play or synchronous play? But see, now I'm adding complexity to it. I'm just thinking, like, if I were to play Yahtzee with like 50 players, that's a lot of players. And you wouldn't want to wait for your turn necessarily with so many players. It would take ages, right? Am I overthinking this? Probably. 1 of 12 rounds. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that makes sense that there's 12 rounds. Okay. I think I know what I want to do. A lot of players. 50 is not that many. We've had tournaments with 20, so I gotta think about big numbers, right? Okay, so let's see. The item ID of the dice being used for play. I feel like everyone should play with their own dice, right? So like, if you're playing with multiple people, then maybe you're using the dice that you have equipped. I think that makes plenty of sense. So, let's see, how do these other games work? We've got 4 in a row. We've got pool, we've got... I think Paint Job is a game that has kind of the same thing I want here. So we've got Paint Job type. Private user stuff. This is what I want. I want this like game state public with information on each user, which is somewhere, and I don't know exactly where. It's been so long since I've touched Paint Job. Years and years and years. Paint Job type. Ah, this is what I want. Game state public user. And that's just inside of this thing, right? Paint Job type. Game state public. No, that'd be... this would be here. So that's gonna be abstract game state public user. Alright, so everything I need is gonna be right here. User wants to use. No, that's not that. Of this user. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe equipment is per user as well. Yeah, okay, great. So we don't have to worry about that. So I don't need to worry about it here either. 50,000 players? You want me to do 50,000 players in one room? I think we're getting a little bit too crazy there. Yacht dice state. Which dice are held or locked for the next roll? Number of rolls remaining. Problem is, that's not helpful. There's only 12 rounds, right? So, really, we could store the entire state of the game. There's no reason to delete anything. We can just store all of it. We can store all of the turns every user has made. And I think that would be okay. It's only 12 times the information, which isn't a deal breaker. And even if I had 1,000 players, if you think about it, there's only going to be 36,000 pieces of information. So we're still talking about maybe like a megabyte max of data being sent for 1,000 players, which is only a gigabyte of data. It'll be fine. I hope. Alright. Game state public. So if that's the case, I need to know, the server needs to know, or I guess do the players need to know how many people have made moves on each turn? The client can process 1,000 keys, no problem, so that should be fine. Yeah, we can work with this. Okay. So what do we need? I need turns, and that is going to be a list. Let's see. List of Well, I also need to know the turn index. So I guess for game state public, I need to know whose turn it is, which may exist or might be something that says like it's everyone's turn. And then it's a little tricky. I guess I also need the scorecard, so let's include scorecard. But this is more like teams. This is not really like game state public user. Yeah, this needs to be moved out. Game state public. What other game has teams? Dynamite has teams. It has to. Game state public user has all that stuff. Okay, that was not the right call. What other games do we have? Does 8-Ball have teams? I don't think it has teams the same way. Typing game, does that have teams? Maybe if I just do a search, teams. That's what I'm looking for. Abstract team game state public. That's what I want. Okay. So the teams needs to be some sort of weird combination here. Okay. So it needs to be based off of abstract team game state public, which it already is. But I need to extend this. So that's gonna be and. See, this is like the kind of code, I just gotta make it easier to understand, because this is not quite simple. Equipment used by this team. Well, that makes sense. That'll be the dice. Howdy, Tobbs. How's it going? The player with the user ID made a move. Yeah, so it's whoever made a move. some Q, and now we need all the other stuff. Scorecard. First year finally over. Congrats. Yeah, Tobbs has been doing awesome. Also, really awesome work with Funi. Tons of PRs, some really tough ones. I think the last one that we gave Tobbs was like actually pretty tough. Let's see. And it looks like it already got merged in too. This one was crazy. Tons and tons and tons of code. First, not the JSON pretty block, that was just moved, which was absolutely the right call because now this gets used in 2 places, and so that is when you export something, right? And if the browser would load, it would show like a bunch of other awesome stuff. But very awesome. I'm really, really happy with that. Anyhow, so we got the scorecard. What else do we have going on here? Didn't GitHub claim to fix that page? Who knows? It is what it is. Scorecard, current total scores. Do I need total scores? Yeah, we'll have total score. Why not? Spend the most time figuring out which Redis data structure to use. Yeah, I like Redis a lot. It's nice. I do wish it had a few things, like I wish it wasn't, you know, like super for profit. And I wish it had like a nice way to just scale it horizontally without having to pay for like the Redis Enterprise stuff. That would be super cool. I know there's like Redis Sentinel and some other things, but okay. What else do we have going on here? So the end time of this turn. Yeah, I think turn end time is fine where it's at. So I think we would write it like this. Given history index, what the hell is that? Category to score in. That's not, doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. Toggle hold? What the hell's all that stuff? Let's just comment all that out. Pretend it doesn't exist. Self-hosted? Yeah, our Redis is self-hosted. Okay. So we got the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, the 4s, 5s, 6s. All of that looks correct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. 7. Full house, small, straight, dot, and chance. I think that's correct though. How does that work? Oh, maybe Yacht is just... do I still have that site open? I don't think I do. I don't. So let's do Yahtzee, Steam, and maybe I will find the game, hopefully. This one, Yacht Dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 4 of a kind. Okay, which one am I? Oh, there's no 3 of a kind. Is there supposed to be? I think there is. I think yeah, I think I did a 3 of a kind. Hold on, let me take a look at Bloop again. thought that it has like a 3 of a kind here. 3, 4, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Oh, 7. I don't know how to count. Okay, so it's supposed to have 7, so is this just wrong? Gotta be. Let me see. Game. That's what I wanted. There is no 3 of a kind. Really? Okay. I see. That's why it's confusing. So one of them, like the rules are different. Okay. And the ones on Bloob match Yahtzee. Huh. Great. We have 2 separate sets of rules. Okay. So then do they still have the same number of turns? How many turns are there in Yacht versus Yahtzee? Because I want to be able to support both, ideally. Right? Like maybe we just have a config option which lets you decide which of the game modes to play. Speaking of, does Bloob allow configuration for this? Custom. You can enable or disable another Yacht bonus. You can disable the bonus for the upper. Ah, you can change all sorts of things. Heck and heck. Okay. I see. So Yahtzee has 13 rounds, is this true? How many rounds? 13. Aha. And how many does it have on this site? Does it tell me? It doesn't. I'm gonna assume 13. Okay. Interesting. So we need to have some config options then. As upper bonus. If true, 35 point bonus. Section for scores. Default true. I almost want to do like has 3 of a kind. which will default to true, because that's what people expect. And then I want... What do I call it? I think I want something like where players take the turn, you know, at the same time. Because if you're playing with a lot of people, you don't want the game to take 50 million years. It would just get boring, right? Watching 50 people all play at the same time. As simultaneous turns. If true, players make their moves all at the same time. Simple. Should have the same number of rounds as the number of slots on the scorecard? Yeah, exactly. SR. So now that's what we've got. You've got upper bonus, 3 of a kind, simultaneous turns. I guess the only other real thing is... let's see, okay. Score sheet length, 12 to 13. Upper section bonus, we can enable it, we can disable it. Fixed 5 dice sequences, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then I guess in the Yahtzee it changes it to being like a 4 in a row and a 5 in a row. Oh, so it's different. Lovely. Howdy, Jedediah. It's been a while. Yacht scores the sum. Yahtzee scores a flat 25. For full house. See, it has all these other rules, which make me almost... Because there's so many different rules, I almost want to be like... Instead of has 3 of a kind, I want it to be... like Yahtzee? And then it's like plays with Yahtzee rules instead. If true, plays with Yahtzee rules. 13 turns. Let's see. And this is small, large, straight, 3 of a kind. Chance, choice, those are fine. Full house equals 25 points. Default true. It's a lot of things. Additional 5 of a kind rules and has Joker rules? What the hell is a Joker rule? Oh man. Where have I been? I've been doing like AI book translations and stuff, and kind of just relaxing a bit, chilling, working on other stuff, and now I'm back. I got a lot to do. Okay, so we've added extra configuration for Yahtzee, Yacht, whatever you want to call it. List of turns, scorecard. We don't really have that for users because it's on teams instead. Alright, let's see. Which dice are held or locked for the next roll? Yacht dice estate. Where does that get used? Current state of the dice. See, that's more like current state of the dice for whatever team is currently playing. Right? Because if you're playing with a bunch, then that would be current values of the 5 dice. Right. Dice state. I think we need a little bit more. I think I need to know how many times I've re-rolled. But the question is, do I stick that in dice state? Or do I want to store it for every single roll? That's a tough one. Because I could really do both. And then I need something that also tells me what turn it is. And then I need to decide if I, like, how does the churn thing work? Does it increment by 0 every time someone makes a move? Because if it does, we have a difference between, like, synchronous play and asynchronous play. If you're always incrementing by 1, and people take turns, then the churn number could be, like, 47. Or we say, like, no, a churn is whenever everyone has made a move. So what do I want for that? Okay, so that's just teams, and that comes from here. We already have a zero-based index for turns. This game uses a turn-based system. Battleships. Battleships does something kind of like that, except it's only one way. It's only... Let's see. Relates to team's last turn. Team that made a move on turn. What? Team's last turn is equal to churn. Okay, I think that's fine. So this here will increment. Problem is I have this churn end time, and I think the way that churn end time usually works is it's going to increment the churn. So I'm doing something weird there. It's almost like I want two separate timers. Turn end time and round end time. Or no, it's gonna be called turn end time because I've got like some other pieces of code with like the UI state and it's like moving. And if I change it from turn end time, I think I have to rewrite some of that code, so I can't really change it. Limitations of my old code. Okay. Number of rolls remaining for current churn. Well, if the rolls remaining is here, that's not really what I want. And I don't really want rolls remaining. I want it to be like re-rolls made or something. Something like that. So you can only do up to 2 re-rolls. Okay, so that's looking a bit better. But it doesn't tell me too much information. Let's see, this should have some information about like what the last turn was. The player with user ID made a move on this zero-based turn. Okay, so then that will tell me like they've already played, and then that will let me update the state, which is pretty close. Now I have to decide if I want to have like a history where I can kind of replay the game. I don't know what I want. if I store the information, it's more data, but it's not a lot more data, so I kind of am tempted to store it. What is the scorecard like? And we got dice state. I could just make it a list. If I make it a list, that's really all I need. I think we do that. I think we make it a list. Return at let's see for each turn. Because we don't really care what the scorecard is at that turn, right? We can always recreate that. As long as we have the history, we know at each turn what it is. The only thing we're missing now is if I do a reroll, I'm not storing a list for the values in held. Bunch of dice are held or locked for the next roll and the current values. I don't need rerolls. If I store a list like that, I now know how many rerolls have been done without storing rerolls, right? Because now it's the length of values. Kind of. Well, like, okay, let's see. So I do a reroll. It appends new values immediately. But then, if I think about this, right, like you've got the client coming in. And the client is like, oh, hey, I'm gonna make a change, right? Like I want a reroll. So the server's like, all right, great. Let's run a whole bunch of code. So this is the code that's running. Down here, it's setting, or this is like the dot push. So, until then, the client can say, hey, I want to reroll. I want to reroll. I want to reroll. And this code could potentially run, right? So I've got to do something with that. But I'm pretty sure there's some easy solutions. Since JavaScript is synchronous between like async, await, and all that jazz, should work magically. And then I think we're good. Is that all we need? Has simultaneous turns. Is there any other gotcha? So I have turns. I have a turn end time. If I think about paint job, is there anything else that paint job has? So let's see. If it is simultaneous, it's very easy. We just increment the churn, everyone goes at the same time. If it is synchronous, I think it's also very easy because when I grab a user, I check to see if they have played their churn. Is there any gotcha where like maybe a player comes in but they're like behind? Like let's say you start a game, but before it gets through round 1, somebody joins the room. Right? So we've got this again. We have like a bunch of players, A, B, C, whatever, right? C and D. Now, another player comes in. So like, player A makes a move. Player B makes a move. And then, oh no, player E comes in right here because they feel like it. But it keeps going like this. Now what? It's gonna go back to player A. It's gonna say, oh, we've made a move. Here you go, player A, make another move. And then it's gonna get to player E. And they haven't even made a first move. That's weird. I need some way of knowing that this player has entered, hasn't made a move, and needs to go. Wait, what the hell is this Copilot stuff? Wait, what is this? Create stunning images of just a few words. In Paint? What? I've never seen this before. This seems sus. A bunch of pretty trees and boxes. You can choose a style. Digital art, pixel art. Oh, that's cool. Well, how does it work? Is it any good? It's taking a while, which makes me think it might be okay. Maybe. Okay. Is this just GPT? Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, look at that. It actually did the thing. This is the new way to do Bob Ross stuff. There we go. Trees and boxes. Look at that, it even made 3 of them. That's neat. Very nifty. But it's still Paint. Where are my layers? Alright, well that's cool. Wait, layers? Wait a minute. Paint has layers? What? Wow. It's new and improved. I never knew that. Alrighty. Number of rolls remaining for the current turn. We don't need that anymore, do we? Yeah. Because we know what turn it is, and we have all the information we need there. I guess I can iterate over, like, before making the next player go. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I'll make it hacky. It'll work. I hope. Okay, what else do we have here? Shop.ts needs a new line. At some point, we need to build a pipeline that just creates new games for us. Shop, premium shop. What is this premium shop? Yacht shop dice. Yeah, none of these dice exist. This is gonna get weird. But sure, whatever. One, two, three, four, five, 6 bonuses. 3 of a kind. 4 of a kind. Full house. Small and large. This is Yahtzee rules, but it actually is pretty close to being what it needs to be. Except that 50 points. This is not quite right, because I think you can get double Yahtzee for more points. Although I don't know if that's a rule in Bloob or if that's like an official rule. Yahtzee rule. Let's take a look. Yahtzee bonuses, okay. So take a look at bonus. All 5 dice are the same, sure. You score a Yahtzee bonus, get an extra 100. Fill the Yahtzee box. But when you fill a Yahtzee box, does that count as I guess it does, right? Like, you choose to make a Yahtzee. Howdy, Nun. How's it going? Haven't seen me streaming on YouTube? It's been a while, yeah, I know. I took a big break, and I got into Magic the Gathering a little bit. I did some book AI translation stuff, and I've been chilling a little bit, and also did some market stuff. But I'm back now, so we'll see. We'll see if I start streaming more often. I think I probably will, but it just depends if I have stuff I can work on Phony. Okay. If they throw a Yahtzee and have filled the Yahtzee category with a score of 0, they don't get a Yahtzee bonus. Okay. Gamers normally accept that if the upper section box corresponds... Wait, hold on. If the upper section box corresponding to the Yahtzee has been used, the full house, small straight, and large straight can be used to score some number of points. And that's what Joker... Oh, I see how Joker works now, okay. Maybe we want that to be an option. I guess it doesn't need to be an option. Does the Yacht have Yahtzee? I forget. Let me see. Yahtzee bonuses and Joker rules. Yacht does not have Joker rules. I see, I see. Okay, let's see. Extra bonuses for additional. Okay, so the extra bonus Joker, that's a Yahtzee. I see. Uh-huh. Okay, I think I know enough to implement this. Am I not using the MacBook Pro that's in the Twitch description? I am, when I need Safari. The MacBook Pro is for travel and Safari. I actually used it, I want to say like a day or two ago. I forget what I used it for. It was for something, probably code related. It doesn't see a lot of use. Oh yeah, I was trying to debug something that only happened on Mac device, or like Apple devices. And WoW? No, I use Windows for that. Windows is for games, not Mac. Okay. We've got the Yacht README, which we definitely need to update a little bit here. So this Yacht, all 5 dice of the same number, can only occur if the Yacht box isn't filled earlier with 0. And then, Yacht bonus occurs if a second Yacht is rolled. Howdy, Graham. How's it going? Additional 100 points and acting as a Joker. Can fill, let's see, the number category and top row, or any lower section category. Plus 100 bonus. There we go. Okay, I think I have enough explained here. It's very important that I have the documentation and the README because we're going to have Claude come in and write the backend code. And if the documentation is wrong, it's going to write the backend incorrectly. And if the documentation is correct, it might be correct. Who knows? that. I think this is just the sum, right? So full house, 6, 12, 18, and then you have... Well, that would be 28, so then full house could actually be higher in Yacht. Yacht scores the sum. Oh, yeah, I guess so. In Yacht rules, this is the sum of the mouse. Yahtzee rules is a flat 25. Do I use Junie? I'm not sure what Junie is. Oh, what is this? Another new JetBrains IDE? There was just a new JetBrains IDE already. I forget what it's called, like Fleet. How many IDEs does JetBrains need? So you have Fleet, which has the AI assistant thing, and now you have Junie, which has the AI assistant thing. Why? What is the difference? Junie isn't an IDE. This one is built into IDEA. Oh, it's built into IDEA, so it's a plugin. Oh, available in IDEs. Oh, thank God. Okay. What Junie can do for you: provide a seamless coding experience. And start with tasks. Alright, let's take a look. So if I go plugins, I now see why they needed Junie. I already have it. Okay. And do I have to pay extra? The best of JetBrains efforts? Okay, let's take a look. 3.37 stars is pretty decent for JetBrains, I think. 1.2 million downloads is a lot. Does it cost money? I've got to restart my IDE. Hold on, let me make sure that's safe. Yeah, maybe. If I restart my IDE, does it kill my other stuff too? I think it does. Yes, it does. Let me do this real fast. Just in case. I'm running some other IDE stuff as well, not just Funi. Can't really show the code for it because I've got my credentials hard-coded. And yeah, I know that's dumb, but like, I'm lazy and it works, so for this project, I don't care. Alright, so that's done, and we're back on Funi. Alright, here we go. 10 or 20 a month for the AI pack? Well, let's take a look. So if I open up Junie, as soon as my IDE gets happy, we can pop that open, hopefully. That's a lot of green. Brave mode. Oh! That's a very brave thing to do. Do I get to configure which kind of model it uses? Junie Pro? Throw caution to the wind? I still throw caution to the wind. What are you talking about, Beef? Okay. Let's get the commit in first before we go wild with this and break everything. Okay, so we've added Yacht here. And I can't push the code, I don't think, because I don't want to completely break everything. Actually, you know what, YOLO. Let's just commit it anyways. Add Yacht shared. I'm at least mostly aware of credential exposure, except when I'm not. You can change in the settings, so I can use. Okay, so if I go to Junie, JetBrains Junie. Oh, here we are. Where are the settings? Ah. I got an action whitelist. I think allow list is whitelist, right? Yeah. Models. I want the Sonnet 4 model. That's a bigger number. Do I have to pay for this? Hopefully not. Howdy, Beef. How's it going? When am I gonna do like a Magic the Gathering stream with my deck? I don't know. But there's some really fun cards in here. Like this one, the Jumbo Transparent Cactar is really OP. It has 10,000 power. What about right now? Oh, this is kind of a fun card, although a bit strange for the deck that I'm playing. Because I'm playing, I guess it's like Bant, sort of. Except I also have, oh yeah, this combo is very strong. Jumbo Cactar plus Blitzball Shot. OP. Very strong. Basically, you give 10,000 power trample, so it can just like absolutely stomp your opponent. Very powerful combo. Although there's a Tidus deck that I also got, because of course I had to, and it has an infinite combo that's actually pretty reasonable to pull off. And then you've got like the Yoshi P card, which is a lot of fun. And I like this one a lot. You should play Final Fantasy X. Oh, you got comboed by a similar deck? Do you play casually? I just play casual. But it's a lot of fun. Turn 4 trampled to death? Oh god. And then I got like Diamond Weapon in here, which is, you know, a fun card. All of these cards are gonna show up really poorly on stream because they're all green. Fenrir is a nice one because it's like gives you extra like land when you play it, which, you know, helps with the ramp. And I'm a complete noob at this game, but you know, it's a lot of fun. And yeah, anywho, oh yeah, Reach the Horizon is also really nice. Helps with the ramp as well. You started 2 days ago? Yeah, it's pretty similar to me, Emily. I started like a week ago, or 2 weeks, 3 weeks, some number of weeks ago, because of the Final Fantasy set. It's the only set I really care about. Lord of the Rings is cool too, but Final Fantasy is... I like Final Fantasy a lot. Alrighty, so we got our commit. Let's go ahead and... Why are there lots of updates to my stuff here? I guess it's shorter now, so that's a plus. Yeah, we can go ahead. YOLO, update, Funi, art style. Should play Final Fantasy XIV. I like that game. I do play a little tiny bit. I have so many MMOs to play though. I've got MapleStory N, Final Fantasy XIV, old school RuneScape. Where is my free time? So many games. Well, I guess that is free time, but you know what I mean. There's a lot. I gotta do something like what Josh Strife Hayes did, where he played like 16 games at once or whatever. Or 12 games, however many games. I need a setup like that. What is all this code here? Get Exola token? Why do I have this? And why is this not committed? Get platform data. This seems pretty important. Why is this code not committed? This custom user ID, and then get Exola token. This sounds very important. Get Exola token. Definitely exists. It is an API call. And it's not in the code? Wait. Get platform data. Get Exola token. It's unused. Returns the API key depending on the user ID. How does any of this work? Exola platform to metadata. Well, it's just right there. Why? It's based on user ID? I think this might have been an old way. I think that's what it is. Like, I was going to do this, and then I went with the other approach. It's gotta be that, right? Like, cause, like, why would I write this? Platform to Exola data. Yeah, I think basing it off of user ID was incorrect because it depends on the platform you pass in. So this must be old. We'll discard. Have I tried Satisfactory? I have. Yeah, I played that. It's fun. And then auth utils. And I guess we can discard this if it's not used. Even if the alternative is better. Oh yeah, let's update this too. Update sitemap to include Yacht. Alright, let's take a look here. Does this work? Games Yacht. Oh, I should probably run a client. How about that? And then we'll get the server going. The backend. You can't play games by yourself anymore? I can. I enjoy games. Like Expedition 33? Best game ever. Alright. Do I think 33 wins Game of the Year? Yeah. I do. I think Expedition 33 is my favorite game of all time. I love it. It's so good, and the story is just phenomenal. And let's not talk too much about it in chat because, you know, no spoilers, right? But yeah, I played through the whole thing. Absolutely love it. 10 out of 10. 11 out of 33 out of 10. It's so good. Do I have any idea what the hedge fund guy is up to? Oh, you mean, Algo Bro? Not sure. Not sure if he's still doing hedge fund stuff. But we still talk sometimes. Let's see. There's Death Stranding. You think they'll be biased towards Kojima? If Death Stranding wins over Expedition 33, there's no justice. Expedition 33 is the better game, in my opinion. And I think that is the correct opinion. Alrighty. So, 2 to 8 player multiplayer dice game. Cool. And then we'll improve that. Right, of course, that's not gonna work. I actually like the way the die turned out. I asked it not to do a sepia tone because GPT always makes it yellow. You can kind of see this if you go to the supporter page. All of these icons are exceptionally yellow. And it's just the kind of like this bias that GPT has. So if you tell it not to make it sepia, now you can get a nice bright, cheery icon from GPT without it being sepia tone. Alrighty. So this looks pretty okay. Okay, well now it's completely broken. Bad client request, loading game settings that never loads because we have nothing on the front end. So that makes perfect sense. Okay. Let's try this. Create the backend implementation for Yacht. This goes under server source for games, Yacht index. Follow examples of other games, such as... Oh, look at that. I've even got the little localhost thing. You can see it there. That fairly works. I like the location of the dice. Hey, that is not as bad as I thought it would be. It's very blue, and we have a lot of blue colors now, but I like blue. And I think that works. Yeah, I'm okay with it for now. It's temporary until we have like a human who can make a better one. Alright. Death Stranding 2 feels very Metal Gear Solid. I never played Metal Gear Solid. On the beach. Do you have to play the first one? You kind of, like, I guess you might... 9.5? Okay, I guess I gotta go play Death Stranding 1. What? Wait, it's already out? And it actually has a really high rating. It's not as high as Expedition 33, which is just wild. Like 9.7? That's wild. But Death Stranding 2 has a pretty high score. I might have to play it. Read the backend implementation for Yacht. This goes into service. Let's see. Follow examples of other games. What is the most recent game I made? Is it 8-Ball Pool? Has it been that long? I mean, I guess typing game is relatively new. Yeah, I like this. I like the way it turned out. Didn't seem fun to you? Yeah, if I want to play a game like that, I'll just play an MMO. It feels like, when I play an MMO, I feel like I'm making some kind of progress, because I can't just pop open Cheat Engine. It's a little bit more involved than that. Am I paying for Junie as well? I don't know, I just have Junie Pro. I don't think I'm paying for it, but I have no idea if I am. Alright, let's see. Follow examples of other games such as server, source, games, pool. Does it work? Oh, you get a certain number of days of free pro? Ah. Oh. Okay, well, I must be on the days of free pro then. They might bill me. But they might not bill me, okay? They might not. Because I do get IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate for free for being a content creator. So maybe I'll get this for free? I don't think I will, but maybe I will. That would be kind of cool. You can cheat in MMOs? Emily, shh, don't say that out loud. That is not something you say, alright? Anywho. How's this going? Searching abstract. It looks like it's kind of working. It's doing terminal stuff. This is very Claude code. Alright. It's made a plan. It's doing the plan. I like the little icon updatey thingy there. I'm gonna receive a big, beautiful bill. Well, let's hope not. Let's hope it's not too big. I like when the bills are very pared down and focused. And not big. I mean, like, it can't be bigger than my OpenAI bill, right? That bill is wild. But it'll think it's gonna work. Maybe. Something else that would be really awesome, which I've heard that, what's the one everyone uses? It's not Windsurf, it's the, it's not Claude, it's, Cursor. I heard you can do, like, multiple workspaces or something, and it will, like, create multiple branches, and you can run the tasks in parallel or something, which would be awesome. Having something like that would be really good. Show plan? Oh, that's just the thing up top. Is it still working? This is about as fast as O3 Pro. It's like watching paint dry. Okay, let's see here. Default dice. You know what? I could have it just be like this icon. This one's gonna be tricky because for the Yacht dice game, if I want a texture, I actually have to have 3D models, and I gotta keep the same style. So it's almost like what I want to do is I want to have some kind of a texture for the dice, and then we maybe take like a rendering of that image, like maybe I'll make like a test page. So I have like a stories, like a sandbox kind of thing here. So this is something that y'all might actually get a lot of use out of. Who uses a storybook? So storybook is like this JS kind of thing where people make like their itty bitty components, and it just helps you kind of like navigate between them and see like these little like sections of things, right? And I use Storybook for my games when I'm working on them because I want to be able to take a snapshot of a game's state and represent that as a storybook. But the big problem with Storybook is about once a year or twice a year they get the need to reinvent the wheel and break the old code, and then you have to do like a migration, and it's a big pain. And turns out you may not need all the functionality that Storybook has. So you can re-implement Storybook yourself in about 200 lines of code, and then it's never gonna break because it just works, and you don't have to wait a million years for it to reload because it's just like this little thing here. And the code for that is actually relatively simple. So I rewrote this a long time ago, and this is how it loads all the stories. Yeah, that's the code. That's the storybook. And then there's like this page here that it needs to have. That's about it. And then there's something that figures out all the names and stuff for each of the files. So this runs as like part of a build step or something. Howdy Snake, how's it going? It has been a while. Is this thing gonna finish? Or did it just like... I don't know, like it was going and then it just hit working and now it's just paused. Okay, well let's think about, okay, what can I do while this is working? I could do the front end. So what do I want for the front end here? And what kind of game do I want for the front end? Did we get more ideas on what this is supposed to look like? Yacht game UI design. Oh yeah, we've already seen that. Really basic layout, which I guess is kind of what we can do. And we'll just make these like numbers for now. Took you an hour to fix a cloud deployment issue? Not too bad. Howdy again. Okay. So I can make these numbers for now. Like they don't have to be images. Or if I ask O3 to just create like I know what I want. It's almost like I want it to mostly to be React, and then I just want this section here to be a canvas. But then if I make it 3JS, it's going to fail on certain devices or be slow, and I definitely don't want it to be slow. And that's super, super basic too. Why would it fail on certain devices? So if you don't support WebGL 2, then it'll fail. In fact, I wonder if I can fix a bug on Funi. Like, if it just supports WebGL 1, can I make 3JS work with WebGL 1 instead of WebGL 2? And then I've got another question I gotta ask GPT. Let's see. Can I disable WebGL 2 support in Firefox or Chrome? If so, how? So, I want to see if I can somehow reproduce this thing, because if you're trying to play Jigsaw on Funi, it just doesn't work. Oh yeah, I also updated this recently. So, oh yeah, we gotta do the React Spring thing too. We can do that right now. So now, you can change your hue here. I almost want to rewrite the way this works, because it feels like down here there's like very subtle changes, and then up here the change is very, very quick. So I think we can do a better job of laying this out, because like here it's like it's very different. But yeah, this is new. I kind of, oh, sorry for the flashy stuff, my bad. Hopefully that's not too bad. Let's see, okay. About config. So I can disable it, cool. Let's go here. Yes, I realize what I'm doing is really dumb. WebGL. Enable WebGL 2. False. Try that out. Alright, let's try this again. I do like the way this looks. I don't know, maybe other people don't, but I like that. I think it turned out okay. Looks good? Thanks. Yeah, it's just AI. It's the first time I had AI actually do the thumbnail, because we didn't have the artist, like, on hand who can... Okay, this is what I'm talking about. You see this? It's black. Pure black. Or pure color. Now, that's interesting, because I would have expected the whole thing to be broken. I wouldn't expect any of it to work, but some of it does. Okay, this is really good. Must have a compiled vertex shader attached. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the gifted sub, Anonymous. Trump's Big Ball 5. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Howdy, Mark. Let's see. Must be a basketball fan or something. WebGL 1 support was deprecated and will be removed in 163. What? Why would you delete WebGL 1 support? Okay, great. 3JS, what version is 3JS up to? I'm concerned that it's way, way past 163. 178, yeah, so significantly newer. Why would they delete WebGL 1? I need that because there's people out there in the world who don't have it. which is wild to me, but what if I take a look for WebGL 1? Yeah, of course. What about if I look at closed issues? Error creating, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. 3JS doesn't support WebGL 1 anymore. Oh, come on. Okay, great. So we have to just stick with that version. Normal engineering practices. The problem is that there's people out there today that don't have WebGL 2 enabled. I don't know why, but their browsers just don't support it. And yeah, I'm not sure why. I think they don't have a GPU driver. That's gotta be it. Okay. And I think it's if they do use hardware acceleration, they don't have it? I don't remember. But if that's the case, there's not a lot I can do. Okay, so what are my options here then? So it's deprecated, sure, but it looks like it mostly still works, except for this part. Okay. Link program must have a compiled vertex shader attached. Attribute cannot be bool or int. Illegal use of reserved word. Great. So the problem is, I have some shaders. So this is a vert shader, I believe. No. Okay, flat. Where's flat? This. No. Wait, what? Flat? Wait, what shader is this? So if I disable flat, does it magically work now? It would probably be too simple. There's probably more things I have to do. But I'm wondering if this is a shader that I'm using, or if this is a shader that React 3 Fiber uses. Flat, illegal use. Okay, it's not that one. I didn't think it was. So, is it one of these? No, it can't be that. What about... I took a look at that. What about frag shader? This is where things get a little bit crazy. Okay, that's not very helpful. So, link program must have a compiled... This doesn't give me anything to go off of. It just says error, error, and doesn't tell me where, or what shader. This is something that I always, I warn about whenever doing logs, is you need to have a very clean way of quickly finding where this is occurring. And I don't have a clean way of finding where it's occurring. WebGL warning. Link program. Where on earth is that occurring? The problem is I would have to search everything. If I disable my file mask, which is always a danger because I could leak secrets. Let's do a type. Let's just look for WebGL warning. Nothing found. What if I search in this particular directory? And let's search for the node modules. Node modules directory. WebGL warnings, yeah, that's not very helpful either. Great. That didn't help. So what if I do a look, or what if I do this? What if I go here? And I try to identify where it's occurring. WebGL warning. Great. Okay. Is there another word? Must have a compiled... That's not going to show up. Yeah, I didn't think so. It doesn't show up there either. Link program, use program. So how do I identify which shader is being messed up? Alright, I have another solution. If I go to Jigsaw, and we just start disabling things, it might help. So let's start here. We've got the puzzles, the piece selector, 3-game cursor. Well, it's gotta be this. And it goes into the texture atlas. And it's all of this stuff. What if I just have a mesh and I have no material? What happens? What is this code editor? JetBrains, IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate. Perfect. Okay, it's exactly what we thought. So now you can see that yes, in fact, the Jigsaw game does work. Kind of. It's just the shaders that are broken. But can I do something about it? Is there anything that can be done? So it's this shader here, with a vertex and a fragment shader. So first off, what happens if I just... Oh, well, I mean, nothing would happen, right? Well, I don't see anything here that could break it. But maybe one of these breaks it. Nothing looks bad. The problem is it's not this shader that's happening, right? Like, this is going to go into something that Three.js is going to modify in some way, and then that's going to be the shader that gets provided. And that's what's going to break it. Alright, take care, Snake. Glad to have you here. Let's see. This looks like it's stuck. This Junie Pro thing is not going very well. So I think... Let's see. I don't think it's made any changes. It's just hard stuck. It's never gonna finish. Well, that was an interesting thing. Okay, let's try Claude. That will work significantly better, I suspect. How long has it been running? Like 20 minutes? I think. A while? I don't know if this has timestamps. Doesn't look like it. But I think it's stuck. Yeah, I thought it was maybe as slow as O3 Pro, so I gave it like lots of extra time. But here's Claude in comparison. just gonna vibe code that. Alright, so I think the main issue is probably just all this jazz, right? I just don't know which part of it. Vec, floats. Yeah. Thing is, I'm not doing anything crazy in my shaders. So what could it be that breaks it? Blocked at visibility level 3 requires 4. Oh. Shader infill log. Oh, maybe I can search for that word. That's not very helpful either. Okay, what piece of code is this coming from? No, it's all capital, shader info log. It's not that one. If I do this, it's not gonna, yeah, I figured. I need like some kind of way to do like case sensitive search. I'll include a space. Great, of course. Still all lowercase. Not useful. Okay, so I don't know which piece of code that's coming from. Link program must have a compound vertex shader attached. Okay, I can do a search for link program. Perfect. This must be where it's failing. So now if I know that, I can wrap that piece of code, and then I will know. So it's one of these renderers, and then that will give me the full code of the shader that's failing, and then I will know how to get around it. So if I go into node modules and we go into, what is that going to be, 3JS or something? Where is the 3JS thing? Probably 3, I would suspect. So we've got source and we've got build 3CJS. I wonder if it's this piece. Make a change here. Does it show up? Perfect. Okay, so if I get this console log, I will know that the thing actually worked. And let's try this. We're gonna try it, catch E, throw E again, and console error, E badness, E program. Let's see what we get there. Now I might have to rebuild for this because Vite might be like, I don't see any changes. So we'll see what happens. Okay. Nothing, which means, okay, let's try restarting it. And if that doesn't work, then it's probably 3 module or something. Monkey patching node modules? It's fun. It's the funnest of fun. It's much easier doing this than, like, imagine working with a DLL or something in Windows or some static compilation of a library. Not quite as easy to make changes to. so now we can just refresh. And see if anything happens. I don't... Oh, wait. Oh, it crashed my room because I was not in the room for too long. That's fair. Okay, so nothing shows up, which means it's probably the module. So we're just gonna do that, save it, refresh. Can't easily search things. There's ways around it, but yeah. I mean, like, you can always just don't exclude your node modules, but I hope you have a lot of RAM, and I hope you know, you don't mind reindexing, because it is painful. And it makes your IDE kind of wonky if you do that. Okay, so nothing. So now if I restart this again, hopefully it works. Because surely it's not going to use like the source file. It's always the build file. I hope. Please work. I don't see anything. It didn't work. Okay. So why is that not working? WebGL warning, link program. Let's see, does it give me any other information? Like, does it tell me what version it is during loading? I have an idea. Let's do this. And then I can go over here. We're basically just introducing a side effect. That way, if it gets included, I will know. That'll tell me if maybe we're just not modifying the right part of code, but we're at least modifying the right file. I don't see any loading. It's not one of these files, it's something else. Werewolf, howdy! Or Wolf, how's it going? Alrighty. So it's neither of these files? What? I'm trying to think if there's anything else it could be. Vite doesn't have like a cache or something, does it? Okay, maybe I do want to search through this, figure out if there's a link program anywhere else. It's not there. I need to search this folder. You know what I could do? I have another idea. What if I pop open VS Code or something and then I just select the folder that I need? And then we can just search through there that way. That'll work. Because now it's not going to be ignored. So I want link program. Show me all of the places, please. There's a .vite folder? Yeah, I probably have to delete that. Let's just delete the cache. And then restart it. And now it should work. Even a simple app, there's gigs of node modules? Yeah, I wonder how many gigs Funi is. It's probably massive. 1.6. Not bad. And how about on the server? 350 megs. That's not bad at all. Oh yeah, and let's complete this part here. RG Yacht. I'm sure it's probably fine. You're surprised by how few node modules we have? Yeah, I don't have a lot of dependencies for Funi size. And this is still searching? Oh, there's Dre as well. It could be Dre. And you can see here, it's got a lot of things cached in Vite. So that definitely explains it. Phaser has a lot of things. But I feel like we probably got it. Kind of rare in this ecosystem to have something with so few depths. And just write everything yourself. How hard could it be? Here we go, great. Linky program yar yar yar. Must have a compiled vertex shader. Great. That's the worst of both worlds. Kind of. Linky program yar yar yar. Try catch. E-badness. I never got E-badness. Wait, that's not bad actually. Let's log program. This isn't bad at all. We can redelete the cache. So we'll stop it, delete the cache, restart. I know where it's coming into play now, I think. Wait, which one of these is it? I'm not sure. Loading 3JS module, so it's, yeah, it's the module. It's this one. So now I'll refresh. It's gonna probably kick me out of the game because I've been AFK too long. So I'll just make a new room. And we also have a big old change to take a look at. If it finishes. It keeps asking me questions. Yeah, just keep going. Don't RMRF my whole repo, please. But, you know, it might be okay. Okay. WebGL program. I don't actually know how this program works. Let's take a look at the code. It's failing on this step here. I know that. And if I take a look at the code, we got some program stuff somewhere. Vertex shader, fragment shader. I wish I knew what the types were. Oh, here we go. Okay, perfect. And I guess prefix fragment is just going to be joined together, right? Yeah. Great, awesome. Prefix vertex and fragment. Okay. So we've got vertex glizzle, fragment glizzle, and other stuff. Okay, let's do this then. I want all of those, which is version string prefix vertex. Yeah, just give me everything there, please. Hopefully this works. This is how I typically debug things for third parties. Alrighty. And then of course, like if it's like if this goes on for a while, I'll just fork the repo or like clone it. And then I'll make changes using my own copy or something. But usually this is good for quick checks or things. Yeah, okay, so that's still going. And the only reason it's still going over here on Claude is because it keeps asking me questions. But it's not asking me questions over here. Okay, that's what I'm going for. That's what I wanted to see. So this one is failing. That's a lot of code. Great. And where is this failing? Attribute flat can't be. Let's just. Okay, this is a lot. Let's do this. Copy this object. It's a type of formatting. It is a choice. Not a very good choice, but you know, it is a choice. Great, awesome. And now it's all in one line. Perfect. Okay, we're just gonna do this real fast. Yeah, now it's it. Okay. Try that again. \n becomes \n. Replace all. Okay. \t becomes \t. Cool. Well, that's more readable-ish. Okay, we're looking for attribute. Cannot be bool or ints. Bool. I have uniforms that are bool. Ints. I got int precision. That shouldn't be. That should be fine. Flat. Flat doesn't show up. It can't be this one. It must be one of the others. So there must be multiple shaders going on here. Okay, so what if I copy this one? Let's just look for the word flat, because it seems like that word doesn't show up very often. Let's check the other one. How about this one? Okay, let's check the other one. Hey, this one has flats. Suspicious. This must be broken. Okay, let's take the look at the first one. Flats. Ah, I found the problem. Okay, this is the one that's breaking. And why is it breaking? So lines 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Why is this broken? Must have a compiled vertex shader attached. Must be this one. Zero-based ID of this jigsaw piece from the top left corner. We have flat, varying, unpacked jigsaw ID and v jigsaw ID. And then a few lines before, attribute ends. And that's the problem. Oh, great. Okay. I know why it's broken now. I'm surprised this try catch doesn't work on link program. Link's are given the thingy and then just explodes in my face and there's no way to catch it. I wonder if there is a way. Let's take a look. So, my gl.link program is failing, but my try catch around it doesn't seem to fire. How can I tell if it succeeds or fails? They probably return an error code? Yeah, there's probably something like that. If not linked, get program. Okay, so link program, did linking succeed? Program link status, if not linked. Great. Okay, let's try that out. So we're not going to do this part here because apparently that just doesn't do anything. Okay, good. If not linked, which is GL, get program parameter, the program link status. If not linked, program failed to link, log, and then this is where I want to include everything else. Vertex goes, okay, we'll just, just do this. Perfect. So now, oh, clean up. Yeah, let's not clean up. Let's just have a memory leak. It's more fun that way. Okay, and we'll restart this, and hopefully it'll work well. And if this works, it'll give me the same code that we've got here already. And now I know why this isn't working with WebGL 2, or with WebGL 1. Crash V8. Let's not crash it. That would be cool if it doesn't crash. So one of these things has int jigsaw ID. Jigsaw, wait, huh? How does any of this, oh, project, that's why. Int jigsaw ID. What? How does this work? How does any of this work? Jigsaw shader. Uniforms. Ah, here it is. I found it. Why no VS Code? I'm very used to JetBrains. I've used it for like a decade and I love it. It's just a great IDE and has been great IDE for many years. It doesn't require as much configuring and that's why I tend to use it. And VS Code, I've tried it, but it's just like there's certain hotkeys that I'm just not a fan of. But I mean, use what you're used to, right? Like there's not one size fits all. It's like shoe size. Alrighty. So this one here is failing. And flat is failing. So this is the problem. Great. Oh my goodness, I need like more monitors. I don't have enough monitors. Okay, but this seems to be the issue right here. This code is failing in WebGL 1. Please fix it. And maybe, hopefully, please work. Now, part of the issue here is I'm doing some really weird shader, really sketchy shader stuff in order to make Jigsaw work. And part of it is how I represent Jigsaw IDs. So I'm using like packed integers or something in a texture, but everything is an integer value, not a floating point value. And it's very important that it is like exactly the right value. And some of this is not supported in WebGL 1. Great. Like this one here, attribute float, jigsaw ID. And no flat in WebGL 1. That's not gonna work too great. Round to the nearest int. That's gonna be buggy as hell. Okay. Huh. Do I have any solution for this? Let's see. What's the Jix ID? Like, these are integer values. How does that work? Does it know if it's a number? Like, does it know if it's floating point? And no, I haven't really tried the new Gemini CLI. I know there's like a GitHub for it, and it looks cool. But I took a quick glance and I was like, yeah, this is kind of a pain to repurpose for other LLMs, but I mean, it could be done. It's just, you have to modify more than one file, so not my favorite. Oh, this is painful. Varying float, feed jigsaw ID. Okay, let's see. Attribute int, float, varying int. So these have to be varying floats. I don't know what flat does. I knew at one point WebGL flats. What does flat do? No, not flat. Flat keyword. That is bright. What is flat? Type qualifiers. Yeah, what is flat? The value won't be interpolated. Oh yeah, that's very important. Huh. Let's see. I'm just gonna skip that song. Let's see. Floating point attribute, no flat qualifier. What was this code like before I did that? Do I have history? No. But I might have git history. Because I know I didn't always do this. Maybe. Flat varying and... Great. It was always flat varying. Well, that's fun. I don't think this code is gonna work, but you know what? I'm gonna do my best. Let's see here. Position. Vec3 position. Where is this all coming from? This is all very different. Golden 3JS attribute. Oh, it's just adding things. Attribute float. Int isn't supported. Uniform. Okay, so sure, should got some uniforms in there, which we don't care about. A jigsaw ID. Unpacked jigsaw ID. What the hell is unpacked? How does this work? It's not in any of my code, apparently. Which I don't understand. It's gotta be. How else does this work? Yeah, there's no unpacked there. And there's no unpacked there. What? Is this just extra and is unused? Why is it here? Let's comment it out. Doesn't seem like it's in use. So then varying float. This is not gonna go well, but okay. Interpolated as a float, which I do not want. Okay. So then the fragment shader. Varying float, vjigsaw ID. Can't be flat anymore, which is very bad. YOLO, this is very much a YOLO point. Okay, so vjigsaw ID. This is awful. Int jigsaw ID equals plus 0.5. Will it work? No one knows. It might work. It might also break horribly. I suspect this is going to be terrible, but I don't... I'm curious what happens, you know? I'm curious if this works. Does it work? At least somewhat. Is Junie working? No. Junie is lazy. It has stopped. Ah, so close. Must have a compiled fragment shader. Alpha texture, syntax error. Hey, we got further. A lot further. Wait, what's with that syntax error on a uniform sampler alpha texture? That's weird. Oh, usesampler 2D doesn't work. Sampler 2D. I don't know what the difference is. Okay. But it got one step further. That fails in the fragment shader. With usesampler. Please provide a diff to fix this. What is Junie Pro? It's, I guess it's like Claude Code, but inside of JetBrains. It's like a plugin. And it never finished. Not okay. Task never finished. Oh, what the... Okay. Let's just exit out of that. Yeah. Okay, so instead of uniform use sampler, we have to use sampler 2D. I don't know what the difference is. I think it's unsigned. Oh, it might have just been integers. Oh, heck. Okay. Great. So then in render alpha, this is gonna get hairy. I think I've done this kind of conversion before, and it mostly worked, but I think it was like slower and just less good. So I think what I'll do is I'm gonna have like two versions of these shaders. I'm gonna have like one for WebGL 1 and one for WebGL 2, and then I'm just gonna figure out like if the client is WebGL 1 or 2. And I'm just gonna pass a different shader to it, because when I do get this working, it's gonna be jank. UVec also isn't working. Oh my god. Okay, great. Oh, that's supposed to be text color and this was supposed to be deleted. Okay, sure. Alright, let's see. I think there might be another thing, maybe, that needs to be changed. Texture has been resized. Text image has not. Vertex attribute I pointer bad type int. Array 2 is enabled but has no buffer bound. Okay, now it's freaking out in all sorts of crazy ways. With resized textures and a bunch of other stuff. You know what? It's too hard. We're not going to support WebGL 1. How about that? If it's blank, it's blank. Because I don't want to have to go and fix it. Texture has been resized. Vertex attribute I question pointer. Add type ends? What does that even mean? Maybe it's this. Like, no, uniforms are allowed to be integers. So the uniforms are, that's okay. And the uniforms here are fine. The only thing I can think of is that maybe I'm passing this texture. How does that work? Yeah, I'm not sure. There's something in here that needs to be fixed. And I'm not sure what it is. But this code is making it worse. I'm curious if, okay, let's do this. Let's go to about config. Let's re-enable WebGL 2. Because this will tell me if I messed something up or if it's just a WebGL 1 issue. I might have messed something up. Yeah, okay. That's actually really good. Because that means we can fix it. Vertex attrib 3 requires data of type float, but is being supplied with type int. Draw arrays instanced. Wait, what? Vertex attribute 3 requires data of type float, but is being supplied with type ends. Where? Draw arrays instance. I feel like that would be over here. Because this is a buffer. Let's see. WebGL warning, draw arrays instant. Vertex attribute 3. Vertex attribute 3. Okay. It must be this. One of the vertices that I'm supplying is an integer value, I think. That's a float. Which of these is messed up? RGB. Dude, I don't even think this is in a shader. This is like some weird stuff. Okay, alpha texture, that's the one. Okay, so this jigsaw texture. And what is that? I think I remember this. Okay. Yeah, I think I remember this. The result here was made with a data texture. And before, this wasn't always a data texture. I used to use a different type of texture. And then at some point I changed it because data texture was just a superior thing to do. But it only works in WebGL 2. Because this lets me do like an integer texture instead of it being a floating point. But that requires it to be a usample. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to support WebGL 1. It's just there's a lot of things you gotta change. Or do I take a look and see? What was it like? How did this work? Canvas to a texture. So before it used to be a canvas. I don't even know how that worked before. You know what? Yeah, too much effort. I'm not gonna go back in time to figure out how to make it work with WebGL 1. Alright. So now, plot is done. Cool. So let's go to Yacht, where it's like almost done. Server, Yacht, index, not yet. Is there a % estimate of people on WebGL 1? Not really, but I could definitely get an estimate for Funi if I wanted to. Basically, I could just check and, you know, just query it and pass that to like the backend or something. But I suspect it's like very low. I suspect it's like 1%. Isn't WebGL only for old browsers? I don't know. I saw someone on Chrome, I believe, with WebGL 1. But I think it's more like with their GPU, like if the driver isn't installed or something. I don't know. I was trying to get information about it, but the person didn't understand computers, so it was not particularly helpful. So let's go Yacht, index, and it should exist now. Come on, I know this file exists. Okay, we'll go server then. Just reload this. There we go. Does this code make sense? That's a lot of code. Wow. Turn time or 0 if turn time and. Yeah, that's correct. As upper bonus. If it's not false, yeah, that's true. Yahtzee. I almost feel like has upper bonus, like that's just kind of based on whether it's a Yahtzee or not. Has simultaneous turns or false. Yeah, that works. Okay, why is this Yacht not happy? Is it not an abstract game? Yeah, it is. Why is it? What's it upset about? Get winning team is private. Oh. I wonder, is it protected? Why? Oh, number tie. Let's see. Yeah, it's supposed to be protected. Okay, cool. Do I need winning team? I don't feel like I normally override this method. Yeah, I don't. So this doesn't need to exist. How does this work? On game end. There's gonna be some crazy bugs in this code. Many older or lower end GPUs, especially integrated Intel chips, mobile SoCs, and Windows XP era machines. Yikes. Maybe I should figure out how many people have WebGL 1 computers. Yeah. Because if a lot of people do, like, you know, 5–10%, I might have to do something. Okay, let's see. polymorphism on games that don't use the same logic at all. No bugs here. Yep. Well, I mean, every game has like a winner, right? Or winners, like winning team. So that's all the same. What engine have I been using? The same one. But I might try like Unity or something. Would be interesting to see if... The problem is like performance. But it would be interesting. I would have to set up some kind of like an iframe thing for Funi. So it would be really nice to be able to have a site like Crazy Games, right? Where people can upload their own games, and then we could offer like really good like ad pay or something, right? Like really good splits and make it very transparent. That would be pretty cool, because I feel like certain sites are brutal. So I don't know how much I can talk about it, but I think some of these sites are lying about their percentage, and I've got good reason to believe that. I'm not going to mention any names. I have to research it more, but I think that's what's happening. For games like Jigsaw, you think Unity or something seems unfit? Yeah, it doesn't really need it, right? Like, Jigsaw's a very simple game, and a lot of the games I build are very simple, so you don't really need something like Unity. But it would be nice to have more options like that. What about for mobile games? So you can actually use something called capacitor.js to kind of bundle your React single-page apps and make it work for mobile. And typically with mobile development, you've got like native, or you've got like web or whatever, right? So either you're going to go the React SPA route, or you're going to go with something like Expo.js for more of like a native approach. But I feel like you can go more from like web to mobile is easier than going from like native mobile to web. Because if you're going from native mobile to web, you probably have to like rewrite things. Using something like Flutter just is not a good experience with its shadow DOM canvas thing. You felt like a mobile shell might be nice? Yeah. So I can use capacitor.js. I've used it before. I just have to set up like a pipeline at some point to push new builds, and then it will get out there and things will be good. So we might do that at some point. Alright, so how do most games have their on-game ends? How about if I take a look at Jigsaw, which I think is actually the last game I made. Does its on-game end make sense? So that looks all pretty similar. Teams. This is just 2 teams. Like, what if there's more teams? There could be like more teams. That doesn't sound right. Yacht doesn't have 2 teams. Yacht has a bazillion gazillion teams. Ah, okay, let's see. Let's make some adjustments here. Okay, Yacht has 2 or more teams. What's the N? N is number of players. 2 or more teams. You can't assume it will have just 2 teams. Please update on game logic in Yacht.ds. Count for this. Let's see if that makes it work. Using Cloud Code? Yeah, it's pretty good, Senpai. I use it for, you know, kind of the generic first pass before I go in and make adjustments. And thank you for the sub, I appreciate it, thank you. Alrighty. When I use Junie, do I use my Claude account with it? I'm not sure how Junie works. I never entered my Claude information, so I guess JetBrains just foots the bill. But I'm guessing it's like a trial or something. I'm not really sure how that'll work. Let's see. Config churn time? Like, it actually got this part right. There's probably a bunch of bugs in here, though. Get winning team is also wrong. Let's see. How does it calculate the winning team? So I know I have something like end game. Yeah, there's end game. Well, how does it know who wins? How does this work? I need better documentation. And I need to make this easier. Oh, right. I know it has like an awarder, and I think the awarder actually figures out who wins. So I don't have to worry about who wins. This code goes away. Oh, let's close out of it and back in, just to make sure that we've loaded the latest version with all of Claude's changes. And it's got a whole bunch of bugs. Yikes. Okay. Let's see. Max teams. What other game has max teams? Maybe Type Royale? Well, that just initializes it very lightly. Game state is called game state public. It doesn't even introduce the users. So let's not do that. I think it's going to be very, very, very basic there. Okay, so that's my init. And then I'm going to have on game init, which is a very confusing name, but that's where the real initialization happens. Which I guess maybe it needs to be called like that. Sort players into team counts. How does this work? It calls update. It actually updates with the team information. Great. Because that's not confusing, and it returns nothing, of course. And doesn't it just return what it does? Because at least then I could, like, do something with it without having to query it a second time. Okay. Team queues. Why don't we return game state public teams? Well, if I return it from here, I'll have to return it from the children elements as well, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Fine, I will leave it. So then what? The churn time. Do we have to worry about churn time? Maybe. Where's churn time happen? type rail, that wouldn't have turn time. Chess would. How does chess work? Chess doesn't have turn time. 4 in a row does. This is like, see, this kind of code is just a little bit not super duper great. On game init. Well, hey, I actually got the code right. Pretty good. Is only player, then is so disable the turn time. Sure. Game state public. Set the turn. What else do we need? Turn end time. How does that work? I guess we don't set it here. Is this still React Fiber? Yeah, we're still using React. But this is the backend. Okay. We also have to get equipment. How does the equipment work? Do I need to get equipment? Like, there's so many things that are just like automatically done, and there's not like a nice list of things that are automatically done. So I'm just like confused. It's like, okay, which parts are magic and which parts aren't? It's not super duper great for that. Initialize all teams. And now I have to get the teams. Const teams equals this dot get teams. Now I have to get the team data, which is this dot get state. This dot gets, what's it called? There's this dot set. Well, how do you get update broadcast? There's no get? That seems dumb. Why would I code it like this? That's very, very silly. Okay, fine. That is all of that jazz, and okay, and the type here is not a prom. It is a promise. No, but it's not a promise. Because it's always going to be there because it's a local. So that's a bit silly. But it's a promise right there. Okay, so can I do this without dangerous gets state? Okay, that's what I wanted. Perfect. And now it's not a promise. Great. Okay, so now I can retrieve state easily. Which is going to be game state public teams. Which is everything I need. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay, so now we have all the team data, which is gonna be providing, like, some of it will be populated, some of it won't be. Like, I think the turn and the users that'll magically show up, and the last turn will magically show up, and the equipment will magically show up. But I think... Oh, but the equipment is per team. Yeah, I guess that's fair, right? Like, usually it's gonna be free-for-all. So I think that's okay. In fact, what is the default? If I go to Yacht, it should be free-for-all, I think. Game mode is normally teams. Oh, FFA. I wonder, do I normally have game modes FFA? Or is it always teams? Well, Battleship says FFA, so it must support... Yeah, okay, great. So, okay, if I go to Battleships, I should be able to see what that code looks like and get a sense for how this is supposed to look. Howdy, Jammin'. Glad to see you again. It's good to see my thought process while building it. Yeah, there's a lot to this. It looks daunting and huge to you. I mean, to be fair, like, we've been working on Funi for over 5 years, so there's a lot to it. How do I get past feeling overwhelmed? Just always be overwhelmed. Simple. I don't know, I mean, it started off small, right? And, I mean, sure, I was learning like a bunch of new things all at the same time, but you just take it one step at a time, you know, it's a marathon. So I will usually during a day, I'll have like a list of tasks to do, and I will break those down into small manageable chunks, and then I start with the easiest chunk. And the reason I start with the easiest thing is because if you've got like too many things, like you can, like you'll waste time like thinking about like what to focus on. And it kind of just helps get like the momentum rolling, right? So you just do the smallest task you can do each time, and then you'll start getting some momentum, and like the bigger tasks won't be quite so daunting. Can I recommend any similar dev streamers? I mean, I don't know. I haven't been streaming too much lately. Like, you've got people like Theo, you've got like the Primogen, you've got there's a couple others. I don't know. I don't usually watch dev streamers too much. Acorn is all you need. Oh, thanks, Galahad. That's very kind of you. You too, Raph. Appreciate it. Alrighty. The abstract joinable queue team game. Okay, so it is still a queue team game. Twitch kind of died for you? Oh no. Alrighty. The only dev stream you watch? I appreciate it, Emily. Thank you. Okay, so now we've got all the team data, right? So we want to iterate over all the teams, and then the teams and the team data, they should match. In fact, how does get teams work? Literally, it's the same thing. It's the same exact code. Oh, I didn't know that. Didn't know it was the same. Team session, state, public teams. State, public team. This is two ways to do the same thing. Okay, great. Let's iterate over the teams and get this all updated. And then I'm gonna do this.update, team state, public, teams with my new teams. That's simple enough. 99% of the time you're here to redeem sit-ups and talk about stuff. Hey, you know, like, this is, like, I don't know, we do a lot of things, right? Programming, like, programmers, pretty diverse set of people. And, exercise is great, you know, I like exercise. I got a new game on the Switch. Well, I got the Switch 2, finally. And then, there's like this boxing game, it's fun. I like it because it's cheaper than the VR game I was playing, and I get like a full body workout out of it. I don't remember the name of the game, but excited to play more of it today. Alright, so now we can iterate over the teams. I don't think I need to know the index of the team, so I think I can actually do for const team of teams. So what do we have? We've got last turn equipment. No, there's more. There's more we need. Does it know that this is an abstract joinable queue team game for a particular game? It should. that's weird. My data's not here. So I have more information. I've got like this type. You can see it on this game state public. Teams, right here. We have dice state scorecard, unless team game state public team. There must be something else that I'm missing. Some other type that's not filled in. So teams right here, abstract team, game state public. And, okay, so it's done the same way that I wrote the code here. So it should be here. That's weird. You're here from Ireland? Take care, Jamin. Glad to have you here. Okay. So we did this correctly. And it's not there. That's fun. Okay, well anyways, what do we have? Battleships is one thing. We have dice state. What if I just type dice state? Maybe it'll magically work. Ah, fiddlesticks. Okay. Does not exist. Yes, it does. It's right here. You know what? I have an easy solution. As Yacht game state public teams. I'm just gonna be a bit cheeky with this. Because I can. Look, it works, alright, Wolf? I don't care. It's happy now. It's very happy. Okay, and this is my scorecard, which is empty, and my total score is 0. Actually, I feel like teams would probably have a score. Oh, it doesn't. Okay. Cool. Alright, so now it knows what turn we're on. And I guess it just immediately starts with on-game init. Is that how this works? Called when the game's start time is reached. This is room game wait time MS before on-game start. Oh. We don't want to call this until on-game start. So if the game has ended, don't do anything, obviously. Find next team of users. This code shouldn't be necessary. I gotta modify that, because that should be automatic. Alrighty. So this update current churn. What do we have? How does it work over here? There is no update current churn. Yeah, that's what I thought. On the game start turn. Which updates the turn by one? Okay, I see. Starts a new turn, incrementing the current churn by one. Let's see. My next team. Next user on team. How does any of that work? Well, I know it's magic, I think. So let's just delete it. Find first team of users. I don't think any of this is necessary. This has been done before. Get winning team. Also not necessary. That's automatic. That's a lot of code. Let's just do times one like that to explain this. Howdy Galahad, how's it going? Okay. How does this work? Case, if it is 30 of a kind. Yeah, that makes sense, that makes sense. Full house. Aha. This is not correct. This depends on the config. Is Yacht, which is this .config dot Yahtzee, is Yahtzee. Alright. Is a Yahtzee? If yes, else dice values. This thing here is always the same. So it almost wanna just modify it to just grab the sum of the dice values once. It would be less efficient, but you know, easier. Now this part's a little tricky because I also need to know if is Yahtzee, like or like has Yahtzee, which is if all of the counts are the same. What? That's not right. Sum count, sum plus count. What? True if all dice are the same, 5 of a kind. Wait, what? Dice values. Wait, this code is wrong. Oh wait, no, maybe it's not. 3 of a kind, dice values. Dice values reduce. Okay, how does this work? Dice values reduce. Sum plus val. Yeah, the code is wrong. Because this is just a summation, a sum. So if you do 3 of a kind, this is going to do like, it doesn't matter. Wait, math, that oh wait, oh I see how it works. Take the counts. Ah. Okay. Yeah, actually the code does work. Okay, so that's just mathematics. Take care, Galahad. In fact, why am I doing this code so many times in a row? Highest count. Highest count. There we go. So now I know if it's a Yahtzee. But I also need to know if it has had a Yahtzee before. Because your score can't solely be determined. Wait, let's see, how does this work? We got the dice values in the category. That's not enough information. Because you might have bonus points, right? Like, if I get a Yahtzee the second time, it's 100 bonus points and it counts as a joker. This is not sufficient. I'm gonna have to figure out where this code's coming from and then take a look at it because it's not good enough. Do I have any plans for July 4th? Wow, that's tomorrow. Wow. Nope, no plans. I don't know. What will I do tomorrow? Probably the same I do every day. Exercise, eat healthy-ish, and, I don't know, play games, probably. Add a small straight. Okay, so how does that work? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you know that. I like the way that works. Code is pretty simple. That's an upper bonus. Okay, so how does this all work here? Because, yeah, we've got to calculate the bonuses. Wait a minute. If you have a Yahtzee, can you just... Is it always a joker? It's already July 4th? Wait, no it's not. It's the 3rd. Hi, Jula. At least in the US. So, I wonder, can you count a joker for your first Yahtzee? A special stream? I don't know, we'll see. Can I count a first Yahtzee as a joker? Let's see, I think joker only counts if you've already filled both spaces, I think. Only activates after the Yahtzee box already contains a 50. Will be treated as a joker. Okay, let me see. Yahtzee joker. Do I play puzzle games? Sometimes. Play a lot of RPGs. Like Expedition 33, for example. Best game ever. Oh my god, it was so good. Okay, let's see. If you score a Yahtzee, and that combination has already been used. Okay, so the upper board has to be full, and you have to have a Yahtzee. And the Yahtzee box has to be filled. Or whether you at some point selected the combination without a Yahtzee. Okay. Wait, so this says... Okay, so the Yahtzee box has to be filled. And the upper box has to be filled. I see. Okay. So then... calculate score. Yeah, we definitely need more information here. I need to know the current score. Where's this called from? Score category. New scorecard. We have to provide the team scorecard. It's so important. Okay. But I almost want to put it last because I almost feel like... Oh, it's whatever. Okay. So then, if I'm doing that, why don't I just provide the new scorecard? Why do I need it like this? Okay, given in the current scorecard calculates their new scorecard. Although, is that enough information? Because it's almost like if I run this code in the client, I want to see a whole bunch of numbers, right? I don't want to just see one number. I want to be able to be like, oh, if I play it here, I'll get this many points. If I play it here, I'll get this many, and so on. So maybe I don't want to return the entire scorecard. I do just want a number. Yeah, okay. Calculates how many points they would receive for category. There we go. Great. Okay. So, based on scorecard, is there anything else? Const is Joker equals highest account is 5 and what else? Scorecard. Oh, that's tough. Because this one is based on what the Yahtzee is, right? So like, if I pass in category 1s, but all of my dice are 3, then for category 1, like you would get 0 points. It can't fill that one. It could only fill the 3s. Okay, I'm gonna have to have like a mapping or something here. Great. Okay. You know what, the logic here is kind of complicated. I think I'm gonna just make a function for this. Let's see, so what I want to know is if it is a joker, it needs to return the category for the number that it is. So it is a joker if... No, okay, maybe the code is simple enough. Okay, so it's joker if that and scorecard dot yacht isn't undefined. Okay, so what does that mean? So that means it counts as a joker, but also I do need the conversion. Okay, so we need to know the category const. Yahtzee category. Get Yahtzee upper category. We have to pass in the counts, right? So I'll move this on over. And it's just the 1s, the 2s, 3, 4, 5s, 6s, very easy. And then for each of the categories, what the hell is this? What? Parse ends. What? No, that's awful code. Why would you do it that way? Or let I equal 0, I less than. Yahtzee for categories length. If counts at position I greater than or equal to 5. Sometimes AI just does not do what you need it to, unfortunately. There we go. That should work. Returns the net category to the upper if counts contains a Yahtzee. All 5 dice are the same. Do we need to play with 5 dice? Like, we could make like a modification where you could play with like 4 or 6 or 7 dice. It would just require a few small changes, and you could make a dice game that just works. I don't know. I'm not going to do that right now. I don't want to add extra complexity, but it totally could be done. Okay. This can just be static. Doesn't matter. So that's going to be Yacht dot get Yahtzee upper category. Great. Okay, so now I know if it is a Yahtzee. We can just do that before. Okay, so equals Yahtzee upper category and the scorecard is that and scorecard Yahtzee upper category. Is not undefined. Okay, there we go. So now I know if it's a joker. So then I can go through and I can figure out what the points are for that. So if it is a joker, it receives bonus points. Alright, so let's see. Counts, everything there's fine. Except if this is the second Yahtzee, you get bonus points. And that's based on the Yahtzee upper. That's a bit tricky. That's a bit tricky. So what do I know about this? You know what? Let's shorten this because I'm gonna have to use this a lot. So it's gonna be okay. If upper is 1s, So what does that mean? Well, really, we need to know has yachts. Let's see. Has passed yacht. This is a bit hacky. Is there a cleaner way of doing this? Probably, but I think this will be okay. Alright, so if it has upper and it is a ones, then I think this is just, let's bracket 1 plus 100. Yeah, that works. Okay. But it is a little on the verbose side. Let's change it. Let's do it this way. If so, 100 else 0 plus. That way I'm not repeating myself quite as much. There we go. Alright, what else do we need? I'm sorry, I know I've got this a little bit to the right. I'll move it to the left a little bit there. Okay. 3 of a kind. So at this point, if we have a joker, then it's always the bonus. But it fills in the value of the bonus. So I guess in this case, how does the 3 of a kind and 4 of a kind work with a joker? It's gotta have some fixed value that it provides. Okay, although there are no official scores the sum of the dice, but if it's a joker, that doesn't make sense. When a Yahtzee is rolled... Okay, any open lower section boxes. Scores in the following way. I feel like I probably have some roll. This is tricky, man. Yahtzee has got some hard rolls here. If all lower section boxes are filled, you score it at the top as a 0. So that's fine. All 5, if it's 5 threes. You score with 15 or chance. Okay, so I guess some are fixed and then the rest are just the sum. Easy enough. Alright, so the 3 find... So yeah, these are all fixed. Else 0. I might... You know, these ternaries are getting a little bit convoluted here. Why don't we simplify this? If highest count less than 3, return 0. The CSS Minecraft clone? What? How many frames does this run at? There's no JavaScript on this page? No. Okay, so you can't like rotate it. Dude, how is this working? Oh my god. It's a very minimal clone, yeah. Minimal is... Oh, you can rotate? Oh my god, it rotates? What? This is wild. CSS is like Turing complete. This is insane. What? Actually insane. I see. So there's a fixed number of these blocks. This is crazy though. I can't drag and place. I have to like click once. Wow. Very, very impressive. Does it still work if you disable JavaScript? Probably not. I mean, like, how are they doing the on-click handling, right? Like, it's surely... No way. JavaScript is just... It still works? What? How? What is this black magic? Oh, right, yeah, because I mean, I guess you've got CSS variables, but then how does... Yeah, okay, right, so that's var, and I'm guessing if I change this, we're going to be changing some of these vars. 50, let's see, let's go down, this. Is it still 50? Still 50. Gosh darn it. How? Needs to go back to CSS school. Yeah, clearly. Okay, so I know it's got vars, but how is this working? We've got an animation on it. Oh, it's using an animation. So whenever you're clicking it, it makes it the animation active and progress. Oh, that's clever. There's so much to this. And like the amount of code is like shockingly small. But how does the block chooser thing work? Background image. Like, how does it know each block and blocks? Display none. This is wild. How the hell? So there's a magical input. This is crazy. Okay, yeah, I can see here. Okay, so this is like a radio thing or something, and you're selecting like which one based on this. I'm guessing. So here, for example, currently the dirt cube is selected. And then if I change the value of this radio, that's so crazy. This is very impressive. Very, very impressive. Oh, and I guess maybe there's gonna be like explanations of how it works in here. Nope, of course not. Okay. And how big is this file? Yeah, it's about what I expected. Because you need like all the different radio buttons, right? Because every voxel, like every position is gonna have its own radio like thing, right? That's crazy. Deep dive? Oh yeah. So I guess he just goes over like all the stuff I just mentioned. Probably goes like way further. That's really cool. Alrighty. So now 3 behind. If less than 3, return 0. Let's see. If it is Joker, then how does that one work though? Well, I guess it's still a yacht, like, okay. If is Joker, I feel like you just add 100 points. Oh no, it's if it has passed Yacht. Let me add to it. Because I think, yeah. Because if you've had a Yahtzee in the past, no. Has passed Yacht. Okay, this is for bonus points, so that only happens if scorecard Yacht greater than 0. Yeah. True if you scored a Yacht. Scored bonus points. Alright, you don't get bonus points if it's yeah, so it is Joker and I pass Yacht. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Well, this isn't right either. This is only if is Joker and has passed Yacht. No. It's not if it's is Joker, it's if it's almost like I don't need the is Joker. I don't think I do. I think if it has passed Yacht and is currently a Yahtzee, which is this, right? Has bonus. Which is if it has a Yahtzee in, I think. So how does that work? So, okay. It is currently a Yahtzee. Have a pass one. So now you get the bonus. Gotta be that. And this would just be has bonus. There we go. Something like that, I think. Okay. With the highest count. Okay, now this is where things start changing a little bit. If counts, if not counts, or not includes that. But that's only based on Joker. So is Joker? It's not a Joker, and one of these. And then if not Yahtzee, it doesn't have a concept of bonuses. So we'll just return that. There we go. This is getting a bit wild. Okay, that's good. Here's a bit simpler. So it has a small straight. Let's just do it this way. If not, then return 0, which is 130 else 30. I could be wrong, but you know, this is the way I read the rules. Hopefully it's correct. Okay. So then, for this one, there's bonus, 150 else 50. I think I'm doing this wrong. Scored as a bonus. The bonus box. And you must also fill in another. And then you score the sum. Okay, yeah, no, actually I think that is correct. Right, and you're never going to get the 150 here because that box is already full. So really, that doesn't make any sense. This can't be filled with a 150. Can it be filled with a 100? No, it can't. Okay. And then this one, which I guess is just plus as bonus. Very simple. Okay. Great. So now I've gotten the calculate score finished. That should actually work. Great stuff. What about this advanced turn? Do I need that? There's a lot of them. Current team's turn to the next team. Oh, yikes. Okay. Seems like this is supposed to do stuff. Update the current churn and start churn. Oh goodness, I don't know. I guess we'll leave it. Get best scoring category. What's this? Oh, this must be for like bot or something. On bot churn. Yeah, okay, I figured. Team dots scorecard. Okay, so we're already providing the scorecard there. But then let's just provide it up here then. Easy enough. Perfect. Then it just figures out what the best category is. Very simple. I'm just gonna assume the rest of the code there is fine. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. If dice values... Max perfectionist. How do you get this one? Score a yacht with all 6s. And if every dice is in fact a 6, yeah, that makes sense. First house and score and current churn count is 0. Do I not have a churn count? Okay, that's a bit odd. Well, let's see. Award category achievements. And how is this called? It's only called from one place, which is score category, which is called from one place. On bot churn. Wait, only bots get points? How is that fair? Alright, well this code's a little bit busted. It is now, it's impossible to get points right now. But that's fine. Yeah, the AI didn't get like the whole game done. It's got a lot of issues, but you can attribute part of that to like the how complicated the current code base is for building new games. That should really be simplified. So I've got to like do several parts there. I've got to like improve the prompts, maybe set up some sort of a pipeline, come up with a solution that works better for the poor bots so they actually understand the code that they're trying to write. Or the LLMs. And it can get there, it's gonna take some time. Start churn, that needs to be improved as well. Yikes. How does this work? Ah. Let's see. Keys? I don't want to use keys from Lodash. That's bad. Object keys. I don't want to pull in dependencies unless I need to. On game end. How does that work? Well, we already have all of the teams. We don't need any of that. All users from all teams? Well, that's weird. Team users bracket I. Yeah, that code's all kind of scuffed. Award endgame achievements. What is that about? Is this only for winners? No, it's not. That's not an end-game achievement. What the heck? Award category achievements. How does that work? Is this their current score or is this their new score? Calculate total score. What the hell's all this? So let's see, we have a scorecard, and that's just going through the categories. Upper, lower, giving bonuses where it needs to. I mean, the code is correct. But I definitely need... Or I can just do this instead of passing it. If the new total score greater than or equal to 300, this dot award achievements. This is 300 to that user. Easy. Although, this will only award it to a particular user, not to a team. I need the team. I need all the users on that team. Is there no easy way to do this? It should be like team.users or something, probably. Team.users. Okay. Object keys. I wonder, is there a way to award an achievement to a team? There is not. And that is far more complicated doing it with a bunch of players than one. So hopefully that's fine. And is not completely awful. Yikes. Wait a minute, I have an idea. If there's only one user ID here, I can simplify this code by just returning award achievement. If user IDs.length is 1, return this dot award achievements. Simple case. Oh, God damn it, it just... Okay, I made an infinite loop. Never mind. It was worth a shot. It did not pan out though. Okay, so calculate score as dice values. And why is that upset? Is this just like a list? Yacht is read only. Great. And dice values, it comes from this state. Okay, so now it's read only. Awesome. I love that. Love when it's like that. I can just make this read only, I guess. It's a bit weird, but that should have worked fine, hopefully. Except I have to go in and do it over here as well. Alrighty. Are there any other achievements that are missing? Yacht counts? Yeah, we don't include that anywhere, do we? Because that doesn't make any sense at all. This code is completely broken. What if I do... Well, the problem is I have no way of knowing if I have a double yacht. You know what? I could just delete it. I either delete it or I pass back not just a number, but I include also whether it was like a joker or something. But I think for simplicity, I'm lazy. Let's not add any complexity here and let's just delete the whole thing. There's no such thing as a double yacht anymore. This goes away. Easy. I mean, I could also check for like a score, you know, like if a user gets more than like 500 points, 600 points, I could just do something there, which would kind of work. Or if they get like over 100 points in a category, they obviously got it from the bonus points. I could do that too. I'm not too concerned. Maximizer, do I still have maximizer? I do. Are all of the achievements accounted for? Do all of them work? And then I guess, well, I guess like if you've got like the Joker, yeah, we'll allow it. We'll allow it. Category 6s, 5 of a kind. Wait, that doesn't make sense. That's incorrect for 5 of a kind. I have an idea. Okay, let's it's a bit messy. But if they have at least enough points, then I can award them 5 of a kind. I could also track the max points for each category. And then yeah, let's do that. I think that will wind up giving me slightly cleaner code. Alright, the max points, not considering, or not counting bonus points that can be scored each category. So 1s is obviously 6, 2s is 12, yada yada yada. Very, very simple. This makes everything a lot easier. Great. Okay, so now that that's done, I can come over here and then I can just count how many categories have greater than or equal to whatever it needs to be. Okay, const upper categories. I noticed in my code I've got a few of these areas, so let's just call this Yacht category list. 1s, 2s. Very simple. And now all these other places in the code, I can go in and I can just say this is upper categories, which is already used. Great. Alright, what else do we have? This part, there's no reason for that either. I can just be like, bam. Categories, get Yahtzee up the category. What does this do? Oh yeah, that's the code that we wrote. Tells us which category we are in. And start churn code is to be fixed. Roll dice. Oh, this must be the... Okay, so this is where the user comes in. So they're allowed to roll the dice. And they're allowed to score a category. That's simple enough. If churn ID isn't in the user public, what? I swear, I've got this code elsewhere in my... I've got this code all over the place. How does that not... Unless... Abstract Rumble Q Team game of Yacht. What? Oh, it's just churn. Wait, where's churn ID coming from? 9-ball, pool, Tony Flippers. All of those games have it. How do they have it if I don't? Wait, how does any of this work? That is the wrong types. This is what I need right here. Aha! That'll do it. So it has a churn ID specified in abstract game state public, and that's how it knows which churn. Okay, I see. So I guess maybe I could do this. Maybe I could do like, if churn ID is specified here, then that means it's turn-based. Like it goes one player, the next, and so on. If it's not specified, or like if it's like an empty string, then it'll be they all go at the same time. It's so cold down there in South America. Let's see. Oh yeah, I guess it is kind of the summer, huh? Alright, so that's gonna be for the game state public. User ID of the player whose turn it currently is. If empty string, all teams go simultaneously. The question is, do I want churn ID or team ID for this? How does battleships... Oh, battleships goes all at the same time, right? That's probably fine. Alright, so if turn ID is not empty string and should be pretty hot in the US. Yeah, it's a bit warm, but like I'm up north, right? I'm in the Pacific Northwest, so it's not bad. It's still pretty good. If the current roll count is 0, you must roll the dice before scoring. Oh yeah. I guess we want to be able to roll the dice, right? Yeah, that makes sense. On my yacht? Yeah, okay. The current roll count is 0. No, that's... See, it's assuming... It's making an assumption here. It's assuming that this is simple Yacht, where it goes turn by turn, which is really the way that I should code this, but I did not do that. I made it complicated. So that's fun. What does this get current team ID? Is this only in Yacht? Yeah, okay, so it hallucinated that. Huh. How do I fix this? Okay, if we're turn-based, check if it's user's turn. Else, all players go simultaneously. Check if they've played their turn for their game. Get user team ID. Okay, so now I have to pass in a user ID. Great. If not team, or if the team... Ah, that's just a user ID? Okay, can I do some... I want the team. I don't want the team ID. I want something else. This.get user team. Get user team. Do I not have get user team? Why don't I have that? And get returns the next user ID on the team. Or okay, we'll just add it. Private. Private? No, it was not private. Wait, what? Oh, that's why it doesn't exist. Get user team ID. Is there no get user team ID normally? There's not. Have I built my Magic the Gathering deck already? Yeah. I'm playing like landfall birds. So I've got things like a side quest, raise a chocobo. This is very, very, very overpowered. You put 4 of those in there because they turn into a black chocobo. Xanarkand is pretty good because you get like really powerful stuff. I got some towns in there because I've got like, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to like make a link or something and then I'll share my Magic the Gathering deck. It's okay. I win a lot with it, but it's not like some great end game deck, and it also has a restriction of only Final Fantasy cards. Why was it on my desk while I was look, I like Final Fantasy, okay? I like Final Fantasy a lot. This one's a lot of fun, this Balin Garden Airborne, because it transforms into this thing. It turns into this, yeah. Flying and draw cards. So basically, this is like a green, blue, sort of white deck with a little bit of red and a little bit of black. Basically an everything deck. But all of the mana is mostly green-blue. Or I guess like green is kind of like the primary color, right? With some blue and then a tiny bit of the rest. And it just kind of focuses on like card draw and placing land and powering up chocobos. I got lots of things for like commune with beavers to like quickly get through the deck. You've got Bart's and Boko, which is just like, it's alright, it's pretty strong. Galef's Final Act, I still haven't used this effectively in a match. Ride the Shoot Buff is really strong because you get like extra landfall, so all your creatures power up even faster. Geisel Greens is OP when you pair it with side quest because you get like lots of birds really quick. I already have the whole deck built? Yeah, I've got like this and I've got some commander decks. Do I play standard or something else? I do both. I like standard. I also like commander. I don't know, it's fun. Fenrir is really nice for getting land out there. Choco Seeker Paradise is overpowered as hell. Because you basically get to like draw cards, and it's really good. I don't have Traveling Chocobo yet, but I'm getting it, which is like an even more OP card because you can just play tons of land. Travel the Overworld is really good if you got towns, because you get to draw like lots of cards. Sawz's is just absolutely busted, and yeah. I got like a few other cards in here. I've actually found Noctis to be pretty good as well, but this one's a little tricky. I've used it pretty effectively to get like Trample and Haste, and some extra card draw and getting my graveyard cards played again. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's alright, it's pretty fun. You're running into a bunch of green players using Chocobos? Yeah, that's because they're OP. They're very OP. Alright, so if I don't want get user team ID, how do I grab? Oh yeah. There's like a better way of doing this. Given a user ID, it has. There's a way to get the team from it. I just don't remember how off the top of my head. Do you want to play rabbits? I've heard that's really strong too. Okay, let's see. Teams is. Wait, is teams a list? Oh, okay, it's a list. Right, yeah. There we go. Get current team ID. Well, that's not how any of that works. I need to take a look at this and compare it to the other games, such as Battleships and Funny Flippers. This one here. It's like play card. Oh, that's the wrong file. Alright, so then we've got the turn ID thingamabobber there. User is playing out of turn. How does this work? Oh right, the turn ID would be the user ID whose turn it is. Not fair. I played something very unfair the other day. So there's the new Titus Commander deck. Yuzu Gata Hardened Scales combo. This thing is overpowered. So I played this combo yesterday in Commander. It was nasty. Basically, you do infinite damage to anything you want, as many times as you want. You play Hardened Scales first. This gives you like an extra +1 counter, and then you play a Walking Ballista. So you have to pay at least 2 mana for that. Or no, sorry, 4 mana. It needs at least a +2 because you're gonna pop one of those off, and then you're gonna target itself, and then it's gonna like try to explode it. But then damage is prevented with Gata and Luzu when you play this and target this creature. So then you have infinite damage. So every time I use 1 counter on this Walking Ballista, I gain 2 counters. So it's a +1 counter every time, thanks to Hardened Scales, right? Howdy, monkey. So I do that 69,420 times, and then I target all of my opponent's board, and then I target them. and you win. It's great. I love it. It's so good. And it's just like in the deck. You don't have to change anything. It's just in the deck. Alright. So we've got max points per category. I gotta fix the achievements there. So I just found a legal way to cheat. Look, I'm playing the game my way. It's totally fine. I found that Magic the Gathering has a lot of similarities with Path of Exile. It's great. It's a lot of fun. Anyhow, I've been streaming for a while, so I think it's time to find someone else to raid. And I'll be back, not tomorrow, but the next day. Or maybe tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see how my throat's doing and everything. It's been so long, I'm not even logged in on Twitch. Enjoy my 4th? Thanks, you too. Let's see. Okay, let me see if I remember how to do this. Alrighty. I'm gonna click on this button here. And then we'll do same category. See who's still streaming. So we got Randy who's still here. Oh, CM Griffing is on. Nice. I think he rated me last time, so let's go ahead and return the favor. And I'll talk to y'all later. The other player looking for fun. Well, hopefully they enjoyed it too. Getting stomped for 69,000 damage.